as we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, turns out I'm a liar once more, as yeah, Tully said I was gonna stream in the afternoon, but then I kind of misjudged how much time I would have. But that's fine. We're still here in the evening. But we are gonna do some stuff and things and stuffs and things. And yeah. Actually, check something that I totally forgot to check, actually. So I'm pulling up the mic a little bit just as it was a little bit too low. Oh, but that's fine. Yeah, let's load in.
Safe area
Nomination in the background. Go and have a peek at the blue stats. Okay. So we're gonna do the continuation of that. Going through all the stats style of video. And for that, we actually already maybe done this before the stream. Prepare a folder for it all and stuff. So 26. 01. Still have to get used to 26. 19. That's almost, yeah. We're almost through January already, Jesus Christ. Time flies. Yellow stats. It's in-depth look, right? Actually, or is it? It's not a guide, right? It's look. Oh wow, blue stats is a while ago, almost 2 months ago. Let's take a description file and Photoshop file. Okay. I should actually link all of them into each other as well at some point, but that'll be in the future. But first, let's go get caught up actually on the... Yeah, we did load into this character. Let's go catch up on character 1. I want to get that last daily, of course, get the last skin. I already got spoiled on it. I've already seen the skull on the front. Which looks pretty silly. But then we'll record this here and then I'll have it up for tomorrow, most likely. But first, yeah, so is it Black Tusk? It is Black Tusk. Oh, which will align nicely as well. We'll see if we do character 4s weekly. But we might just come up to that point and then kind of have that apply for both of those. But here for this character, we just need 4 Black Tusk. Huntsman counts as one as well. Ooh. Sure, let's go check. I'll be curious about this. The Warhounds are named, right? Do they count as Black Tusk names? I think they do, right? It's the best D. I think they counted for Black Tusk names like when they were the real version of them as well, right? I think. Well, let's go see. Because actually, if they count, we'll only clear out basically the first.
This is worse than my old day job.
Yes, standing in front of me and blocking me is worse than your old day job. Yeah, I can imagine. But you don't do that. I consider not doing that.
I hate guard duty.
Oh, that's actually the other guy talking, not this guy. The Townsman bounty counts for that, then that'll be the easiest way to kind of do it, except for character for themselves, because they don't have any. So. Also, yeah, we won't complete it because I don't want to eat up the bounty, but what I do want is just to do the first room most likely. Almost had 2 full stacks going there. A stack of like 1 million and a stack of 1.8. That'd be cool if that works out for this. Pretty sure those Warhounds counted back when like they were really there. Or just getting names in whatever zone you and stuff you needed. But then the question is, do they count as Black Tusk names? Which
Target is near you,
I think
agent.
they do. But let's go actually answer that for ourselves. Especially fuck Harrison. Oh yeah, sorry. God damn it, Dag. Is there a real Dag here? Or was just the bestie jumping around and getting him? Yeah, so guys, so that's, if you have them, the easiest way. Doesn't have a timer here, so likely it will not reset after.
Agent, target spotted.
Nah. Keep the one I have. Well, that guy isn't bad. Might be worth trying out. Yeah, let's take this back to base. So we don't want to eat the bounty. We just want to use it for those quick names. So look at this thing. Yeah, the skull in the front is a little silly. Well, I don't hate it except for the skull in the front. At least it doesn't have too many creeblies and stuff. Actually, I don't hate that. Although, personally, definitely, for me, it's between this one and this one always. But I always like this one. It's kind of elegant looking. And then this one is just industrial looking. But yeah, let's actually keep that on there for now. It's not saved with anything, so it's not gonna.
This isn't a bad space to set up.
The skull sticking up as if it's an antenna.
Nice doing business with you.
At the end of it there. Oh, they should have put it in a way where like it would be like facing forward when it's on your back. That would have been a good design choice for it. But yeah, nice that those warhounds work out for that. You know what? Let's go get character 2 caught up in the same way, and then we'll go and start recording right away on the yellow stats video. So for the blue stat one, we mostly did Aaron Space and just interesting backgrounds. So maybe do the same, but then we do it with American History Museum. And we just go through the mission and kind of clear it out and take some scenes. And hit a dag.
Entering safe area.
Let me check this real quick, actually. So I'm kind of just moving some stuff around. Just to make a little space here. Although we have enough for now. Oh, yeah. Also any good targets? Habsburg on the bounty cheese, which can be interesting, but honestly not worthwhile. Oh, skill mods on DUA. Well, likely we won't do too much of that because we're gonna go to Div1 in later on, just to play around there. Let's go get this character caught up as well. Could set the world to normal too, and then have an easier time getting there, but that's too much work.
So damn bored.
Okay. Okay, negotiator, not the worst idea for that fight.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Like, thanks, not needed though.
Enemy on the run.
Maybe just take striker.
They're trying to flank us. Watch it. They're moving.
No way they're going any way.
Don't let them get away.
There's some combat. Yeah.
Get the fuck away. You pissed off the
Just
wrong
wanted to see what you were. Yeah, let's just go past this thing. I don't want to deal with this territory. You guys fight it out. Screw you, mini tank.
Jammer! Hit the shield from the side.
Being chased by mini tank. I'm trying to fight you guys. I'm here for the mini more hands. Shoot. Just to make sure. This character is actually on that last step, right? Right!
Target near you.
Standing in front of 5 people might be a bit too much. RC cargo. There it is. Found it. Okay, let's go deal with these. And again, we're just gonna kill this first few. Could also just do 2 black dust bounties. Or even just do a black dust bounty and a daily that's available. Is that a mission with 4 black dust? I think we were looking at that, right? Yesterday already. I don't think there is per se.
Target's getting near!
System.
What the hell?
System reactivated.
Which is on the other side. Oh, interesting. He can damage her.
System malfunctioning.
Harvey doesn't even need to die. Still kill you.
System back online.
Didn't even need to die.
That's your target.
Yeah, we already have the thing, of course. We're just doing it for the exotic components. So we're weak to 0. That will happen if you keep getting more and more bounties. There's a cap of 64. If you go over it, you will start losing some. And then if you even go a little bit over like 70, you even start losing them like while it's happening. That's why you may have seen me quite often go and clean up bounties here and there. That's exactly for that. Even though I'm not even close to the cap on most characters, but if you let more and more bounties come in, eventually you'll start losing some of the other ones. Like the Houndsman.
Hello there.
So if you want to keep them, yeah, then you have to take precautions to not pick up too many bounties or go and do them. Other bounties, not the Houndsman one. But basically the total count of this cannot be more than 64 in all of the zones on New York as well. So if you have more than 64 bounties, you'll start losing some. I know that'll be the way to lose them. Let's go to American history. And then we'll go and get started. What do we use for the intro? I feel the big ass train.
Hostile control point detected.
That's a little bit deeper. Because if we've used the flag room already, yeah, the next room is going to be the train room. Yeah.
Your goal is a collection of transcripts and notes from months of prisoner interrogations. The information is stored on a military-grade laptop, kept in the main holding area downstairs.
Get away from me!
The first priority is to release the prisoners to keep the True Sons busy. You'll be looking for some kind of security terminal. The security terminal should be somewhere nearby. Look around.
That's it.
Tossing grenade!
Giga.
Active terminal detected.
Sounds promising.
So
Find
I've already
it and
used this
patch
as a
out the key.
background.
Okay, I'm in. Now to open the cells. And the cells are open.
So maybe we don't do that. Yeah, let's just go for the train. And then maybe we come back up just to stand in front of this statue. Yeah. I guess I just never read this one. Cooking with Division. Are there more recipes in the game? We could go and make them. Meatloaf, a great American meal. Prepared mustard as opposed to unprepared mustard. Just grab some mustard and just, you are not prepared. Low fan, yeah. Chief, yeah. The only issue for me would be like, what are these Fahrenheits? Fahrenheits? What are these even? Of course, I have no way of ever figuring that out, so we can't make that recipe. What is this even just supposed to be even in this room? Just information and stuff, just stuff on the wall. Well, let's go to the train.
Downstairs. Get moving.
This we can also use as a background. Anime. Is there some light here? See how this angle looks. First of all, how about you stop existing, Mr. True Sun Man? Goodbye. We do not thank you for your service, but goodbye. Wait, this is the front and this looks so weird. Just because it's like when we kinda like go down there. What if I go a little bit more like that? Nah. Let's just go from maybe this side or something then. Also, yeah, let's do this already. That's gonna need it. Kind of like having the text in the back there as well. Does this kind of work? I wish they didn't fisheye it as much as they do. Because I can correct for that. like we do. You don't want the fisheyeing most of the time. So usually you correct for it a little bit. And then kind of like film grain. And then game makers go like, no, we want to. I think this is the best we're gonna get out of it. And then if I have maybe a decent looking weapon on the back. Oh, actually, you know what? We'll put the bittersweet with that on it. There. It kind of fits this suit a little bit better. I want that on your back. There we go. We got there in the end. That kind of works. Yeah, I don't hate that. And yeah, let me catch up here actually. I need the Windsor. And yeah, welcome in. And thank you so much for keeping that sub going. As always, much appreciated. As yeah, helps us buy silly things like what I'm wearing right there. But yeah, let's go doing an intro. First, second, I intend to start getting sweaty. Yeah, let's do so though. Well, maybe if we give up on the journey through America, we can just have this maybe. Yeah, I actually like that better. Let's take this as intro. Yeah. Let's do a test recording, make sure everything is working. So this is going to be Hi Ikea, in-depth look, yellow stats. Other two videos, timestamps. Right? Yeah. Let's try one and let's see how many we need. Hi, I'm Ikea, and for today's video, I can use a little bit more energy. Just wake up, man! Wake up, man! Wake up and smell the ashes. And yeah, we'll be doing some NAM later on, so yeah. Triggered it too early. Hi, I'm Ikea, and for today's video, we're continuing on with our in-depth look into stats. We've already done the red and the blue ones as separate videos, which will be linked down below. But here we're going to go into the yellow stats finally, as it's been kind of extended a few times when we made this video. Actually, that's there's no need to dwell on that. We'll dwell on that later. Hi, I make that weird cadence. That's not right. Hi, I'm Ikea, and for today's video, we're continuing on our in-depth look into yellow stats. We've already looked at the red stats and blue stats in separate videos, which will be linked down below, of course. But in this one, we're going to continue that series and go into all of the yellow stats. We'll go by them one by one and explain what they are for, what they do, and how they work, as the game doesn't really make that clear on some stats. Now, some things are very obvious, at least one would hope, but others are a little bit confusing and yeah, have maybe sometimes even in this case where we'll reach a repair skill, different ways it's been worded throughout the years, and leads to a lot of confusion. So to try to mitigate that a little bit, yeah, we're going to go through them one by one. Everything will be timestamped down below, so if you're looking for a specific stat, you can just jump right to it. And let's go, get started. yeah, let's make sure audio and everything's looking. In this video, we're continuing on our in-depth look into yellow stats. We've already looked at the red, but others are a little bit confusing. Yeah. Let's actually maybe equip that. We'll equip a third drum build just to kind of fit the team a little bit. So actually what we used for the blue was to kind of go through this list first. And then we basically go into, actually, let me just for a second, it's here in the library. And there, I will just so that's facts, yeah. Go haste. So that's the 4 here. We're going to cover those through that. There's also actually, so we never covered swap speed and optimal range yet. We did accuracy and stability with the red and reload speed, but we didn't actually do optimal range or swap speed. Although swap speed is I don't know, actually swap speed we did, I think. Let me check that real quick, because in my notes here it says those two. God damn it. Let me go find it for a second. Where's my channel? Your channel. Because it'll be timestamped in there. Also, I need a bio break right away, apparently. After having 15%. Oh, shut up, me. Oh, we've done, okay, so we've done swap speed. My note is wrong. But yeah, we didn't cover optimal range, but the optimal range is also technically yellow, so that works out. And it is an E. But just to double check that we're gonna hit on, then haste, yeah, so duration is gonna be that through mods, yeah. It's kind of gathering my, honestly, I haven't been thinking about these for a while. But let me take a quick bio break, and then when we'll be back, we'll start recording here, actually. I'll be right back. Yeah. I needed that. Apparently, my stomach is very upset with me. But we had some counseling. We had some couples counseling. But we're back. Yeah, too much fatty foods the last 2 days apparently. Yeah. Let's go back here. I need it there. And let's get right into it. So we start with the cores. Skill damage, skill haste, repair skill, skill duration, and then skill health. And then status effect. Yeah, let's just start. I'm just gonna gather my thoughts on yellow cores. Yeah, so overcharge needs to be included. Oh yeah, let's go. I need the purple. Yeah, let's go. So we start here, and let's start with the other. Start with the other, with like the other ones. And like with the other ones, let's start at the very top, of course, which is the cores. In here, we have the skill tier cores, and they add up to increase the stats on our skills. We get them, of course, from skill tiers themselves, just from the core attributes. But we can, of course, also have... Actually, shit. This guy has one right there. Should have checked for that. That was take 7. And like with the other ones, let's start at the very start and the most important one, which is the core skill tiers. So here we are on a build that has 6 skill tiers from itself, although actually it is 5 from gear and then 1 from specialization. This is, of course, the core attribute for yellows. And what this especially does is that all of the skills have stats tied to them that they receive by reaching certain milestones of tiers. So if we actually go into one of these skills, we see that at our current skill tier 6, we have plus 120% damage and plus 440 or 420% health. If we go into the stat, we can actually see at different tiers what we will have. So depending on the skill tier that we have, this skill would receive one of these stats. These aren't cumulative, these don't add together. If we're on tier 5, we're only getting that 100% damage and that 350% health. We also always have the overcharge mechanic. Overcharge isn't skill tier 7. A lot of people think if you just go above 6 a little bit, then you get overcharged. Overcharged will always require an action. It is either tied to a talent, for instance, for some of the exotics or some of the backpacked talents and such. Some of the gear sets, of course, also can provide overcharge. But just going to 7 skill tiers doesn't actually gain a stat. Also, going over 6 skill tiers for the skills themselves will not actually net you anything, because you have the ability to do so, especially because we have some of the brands that, for instance, have skill tiers tied to them as brand bonuses. And of course, the aforementioned technician, we can get 1 skill tier there. That's why, for instance, here I can have 1 red core and still be skill tier 6. These skill tiers, of course, also affect things like the capacitor. In the case of the capacitor, though, because it actually gets damage per skill tier, here going over 6 does actually improve the damage here. But of course, a red core does more because it does 15% weapon damage. The skill tiers add up to basically give these bonuses, and that's really all that they do. Outside of that, they don't have any effect outside of this. So if the skill doesn't have something here, like for instance, say haste added to it, That means that the skill tiers don't, for instance, give us, you know, a little bit of haste and a little bit of status effect or stuff like that. No, all they do is basically bring these bonuses forward. Every skill will have its own stats, and some will actually have, at least for instance for overcharge, that they do get skill haste, notably the stinger or the hive as we have it here. And yeah, depending on which one we have, different stats apply here. This is also then the stats that are additive to, for instance, some of the mods that we would get on some of the skills. They would be additive to these bonuses if they have the same text. So for instance, for the Reviver Hive, that Reviver armor repair that we can get from a mod, that adds to this and is additive percentage to this. Overall, it is important, of course, yeah, the tiering can be very important because generally the skills, especially the deployed skills like turrets and drones, gain a lot of health from their skill tiering, and of course they can receive even more, especially through skill efficiency and just outright skill health, for instance, as a stat. So it is important to kind of make sure that for the stats or for the skills that you're using, that you consider what you get from the skill tiers and then what you need to augment through the rest of the stats. Kind of had a weird burp in the middle of that, but I think we're gonna keep that. Kind of happy with how that went. Yeah. And let's go to haste. What was the cooldown calc again? It's divided by, right? Or it's divided by 1 plus, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go for tonight then. No, we're recording the yellow stats thing. I'm not per se running really anything, but just because we need some yellow stats. So, but that's just for here. Likely, we'll get this done. We might get character 4 there weekly, and then we'll jump into Division 1, I think. That's kind of the plan. Depends on how long we take here to record all this. Yeah, let's go to skill haste. And then we'll go to skill haste next. As skill haste is how quickly you will get the skill back once it is used or, for instance, destroyed. And this is a very simple calculation-wise because it is effectively all skills have a base cooldown that they have, and that gets divided by this skill haste as a multiplier in the same way that, for instance, reload speed affects the reload of our weapons. That means that, yeah, depending on how much skill haste we have, the faster things will cool down. Here, for instance, we see the stats for our turret. It will be back in 14.7 seconds with this 96% skill haste. We'll, of course, get some skill haste from our watch, and then the rest of it will come from a gear. And we have to decide, actually, if we need, for instance, skill haste by a lot. Here even, for instance, as an example, that's why we have this build loaded, is that I don't have skill haste on a lot of these pieces, because for the turret and drone, it isn't per se needed, especially, for instance, here, where I do have the modifier for the season on, and we're getting another 30 skill efficiency there. That's why we have actually 96 instead of 66 that this build normally would have. That skill haste will then, yeah, make it so that if we deconstruct it or it runs out of its duration, then the cooldown will start, and for that duration, of course, we can't use that skill. The cooldown is, I kind of lost it there. Where are we going with that? Because that's going to happen with this a lot, I remember from the last time. It's kind of sometimes catching, not going in loops. Yeah, actually, yeah, so that's where we go from there. Yeah. Should we do skill efficiency first? No, we do skill efficiency last, right? After we've explained all of the separate ones. Yeah. And let's go on to skill haste, which will affect all skills. It is affecting the cooldown on each of those skills. When it gets destroyed or when it gets used up, afterwards it will go into a cooldown period. The cooldown is dependent on how much, what the set cooldown of that skill is. Each skill has basically a base cooldown in the same way that you could think about it in the same way as reloads. For weapons, each weapon has its own set reload, and then reload speed affects that. That's the same way that skill haste works here. Skill haste basically as a multiplier will be affecting, dividing up against the skill's base cooldown, and that gets us the cooldown, effective cooldown eventually. Now, in this case, for instance, we have 96 skill haste with the modifier of the season on, where I'm getting 30% from 30% skill efficiency. And that is actually, yeah, bringing our turret and drone, even here, for instance, without really having any extra stats on the minor attributes going towards it. We get them back pretty quickly. So it isn't per se always needed. And this is the prime example where, for instance, we can go with something else. And I'm choosing to do so here because we're getting some from the brand bonuses. We are getting some here from the Hanayu. We are getting some from the skill efficiency side of our Empress pieces here. And yeah, for instance, the modifier and of course the watch as well, applying some skill haste. Because of that, we don't per se need extra here. For some other skills, of course, we would choose to do so. So for instance, especially some of the stickies and such, or seekers, there we need to either think about the cooldown very much, because here, of course, we're deploying a turret that is staying out for a pretty long duration, and we don't need it to cool down super fast because it'll be out for more than 5 minutes here. And on the other hand, though, if our cooldown on, for instance, a seeker is pretty long, then yeah, that would hinder our ability to do damage. Our damage is dependent on that cooldown. But then, of course, for instance, with those cases, we have things like mitigating the cooldown completely, and that's actually an important one to address here as well. We have, of course, gear sets like Rigor and Hardwire that can reduce the cooldown by large amounts or completely bypass it in the case of Rigor. And those can be then used to, for instance, yeah, make seekers or sticky bombs much more effective than they would be with that cooldown just normally there. But you do have to choose with some of the skills if you do or don't need it. In the case of Turret and Drone, I generally would say you don't need it as long as you already have some, for instance, in this case from brand bonuses. For Turret Drone hybrids, we would have it through the Memento and its skill efficiency. And of course, some seasons will provide us some of their passives. For instance, in this case, yeah, that extra skill efficiency that we're getting here from the modifier being active, but not having our companion out, gives us 30% skill efficiency here. And that, of course, all feeds into that same pool. Skill haste is very important, but sometimes you can forego it. And for some builds, yeah, it is basically not needed, like with Hardwired and such, where we are using a mechanic to bypass it. But in general, skill haste is the important one that will affect all of your skills. And even, for instance, just having that watch filled in with that little bit of skill haste even helps out on red builds, because you'll get your hive back a little bit faster. I'm fine with that. 336. Just gonna have the train in the background all the time. Yeah, let me catch up here actually for a second. Indeed. And hey there, cringy. Like the name. And yeah, this is gonna be tomorrow's video actually. I was planning on actually making it this afternoon and getting it up for this evening, but yeah, shit got in the way. As it often does. I got turned into a liar again by saying like I'll be around in the afternoon. But it's fine. Yeah, next up, duration. Next up, we'll go to skill duration, and that is how long a skill that is deployed will remain in the world. Now, in the case for a turret and drone, this is of course a very important stat where how long they are out really does matter. Sometimes you will go for that full 5-minute duration, for instance, that we have here, and it's counted out in seconds, of course. But even for some of the other things, there is a little bit of usage to the duration. But keep in mind that duration, skill duration specifically, is not, for instance, the status effect duration that, for instance, we would get from fire or from bleed. But even, for instance, this duration that is listed here on, for instance, the fire or the EMP sticky specifically, only has duration. This is the duration that when you stick something, how long it will be sticking onto them. Now, in the case of the EMP sticky, that's actually important because if this duration is longer than the EMP duration, which with the skill efficiency that we're getting from the modifier for this season is actually a little bit longer. That means if you keep it attached to, for instance, a Warhound, it will actually disrupt them twice. And that does make a difference, but not enough of a difference to actually put, for instance, skill duration mods onto things. In the case, for instance, with the fire, this duration that it lists here is actually, again, how long it will stay attached to the enemy. But that isn't the burn duration. That is completely something different. That's also why for things like hive or fire chems, for instance, for an eclipse, skill duration is not a very useful stat because on the Stinger hive, we have a bleed duration that is affected by status effect. The duration itself is actually just when we toss it out, how long will it stay out in the open world? And that doesn't matter too much because likely we'll not leave it out for the close to 5 minutes that it has here. Same is true, for instance, for the fire chem. Here, the duration is just the cloud duration, not the burn duration, if we get skill duration as a stat into here. The one place, for instance, where things like skill duration do matter is both for the Oxy and the healing chem that we have here. For the Oxy, the cloud duration is affected by skill duration. And of course, if the cloud stays somewhere longer, it can do more damage, of course. It will do its damage twice per second. And the cloud duration basically is the damage per mag effectively of that. Same as for the healing. Our healing is done per second here, this repair over time. We're doing that once per second, and the cloud duration dictates how many times that will tick, of course. So skill duration in some ways is important, but quite often misunderstood. Especially that, yeah, it doesn't affect things like status effect durations. It is only really, for instance, useful for Oxy, for the healing chem, but in general, not a stat that we will prioritize, but mostly one we'll get through skill efficiency. Yeah. Shit. Actually, I kind of forgot an important thing. Can we kind of patch that in there? No, we have to retake it. Because we didn't per se explain the formula. Yeah, god damn it. Yeah, let's then because that's the important one, is just also to have the formula in there. Yeah, let's redo that. I kind of got stumbly as well. Let me catch up here for a second and then we'll go in again. Oh yeah, all of them have kind of weirdnesses like this, like skill duration, for instance, not affecting in the way that a lot of people think. I still, from time to time, see eclipses with skill duration mods, and just like, don't think that does what you think it does. Yeah, let's redo that because I kind of forgot to explain the most important thing, which is that the duration is a base amount in the same way as the cooldown. And then it's just times how much skill duration you have. Yeah. And then let's move on to duration. Duration for some of the skills like the turret and the drone, which are deployed and in-world skills, they are going to be out there for the duration that is listed here, for instance. That duration is again based on a base amount that all of the skills have just set amounts for. And then it is times the skill duration that we have as a multiplier. Here, that is, for instance, coming some from the watch. Some is coming from skill efficiency again, that we have, for instance, through this Empress. And then, of course, I still have the modifier on, and that's feeding some skill efficiency in as well. Because of that, yeah, the durations are increased on these turrets and drones, for instance. But then that duration for these deployed skills is pretty obvious what they are. That is actually the true as well, for instance, for the hive, where if we are using a stinger hive, which for instance does bleed, it doesn't actually affect the bleed duration. It is only that in-world duration. Basically, when we toss it out, how long does it stay in the world for? Which isn't an important metric for instance, the stinger hive. Nor is it, for instance, the fire of a fire chem. On the fire chem, for instance, it is actually the cloud duration. So once we fire the chem, how long does that cloud stay? If we don't ignite it or don't shoot it or it doesn't get ignited in some other way, how long would it stay there before it dissipates? Which isn't per se an important thing. So in some places, it is very much not important at all. In other places, it does have some merits. So for instance, for Oxidizer, that cloud duration is basically the damage per mag of the Oxidizer. The Oxidizer does its damage twice per second. The longer it can stay out there, the more damage that one cloud can do. So if you, for instance, could make it last for a little bit longer, it will be there longer and do more damage to, for instance, enemies spawning from that door or such. Same is true actually, for instance, for the Reinforcer cam, where this repair over time is taking once per second. And that is, of course, again, depending on how long our cloud duration is, which is affected by skill duration. That means that it can stay there longer and heal for longer and effectively heal for more. So in some places, it can be somewhat handy. We never prioritize it, except for Oxy. In Oxy, in some places, it makes a lot of sense to prioritize skill duration. But outside of that, yeah, we generally don't, and especially it should be not used at all really for status effect skills, especially because it doesn't affect the burn duration or the bleed duration or really the stats that we care about. Overall, though, we'll get most of it through, yeah, we will have some from the watch. Here, I still have the modifier on. We're getting some from the skill efficiency there. And then we're getting, for instance, here some from the skill efficiency of this 3-piece brand bonus from the Empress. Those kind of do help a little bit, make these skills stay out a little bit longer, but it isn't a game changer. Because of that, we don't prioritize it much. Of note as well, for some of the other skills, it is, it is actually can be useful as well. EMP sticky actually for this season with the skill efficiency that we get from the modifier. If you apply it to a Warhound and do not detonate it, normally it would basically fizzle out before the duration would end on that EMP. Now, though, because it has that extra duration, it will actually stay longer than that. And because of that, it will actually, once the Warhound gets backed up, the AMP is still sticky to it, and we'll put it back to the ground again. Meaning that you can get twice the duration out of it. But not something we would generally pick for in general. Because yeah, in these as well, this is basically how long it will stay attached to the target or the position that you fired it at, and how long it will be in the game world for. But that isn't really an important metric. Yeah, I liked my first take a little bit better, but we didn't explain the thing I need to explain in all of these, so we'll just keep that one. It's fine. Yeah. Let me catch up here. Skill damage oddities. I wasn't planning to. Because it's more just, yeah, yellow stats. Oh, we should actually. That's not a bad call. Discord just didn't want to open. You know what? For that. Yeah. We'll get that in here actually. Let let me go find that one visual. Save image. Let's already get this over here, and then I'll remember. But we'll likely do that basically towards the end of it. But then that way I'll remember. So yeah, they do actually. It's handy to know to have those in here. Yeah. Let me make sure. Okay. It's like, did I leave? The view counters up and stuff now. Oh, yeah. So, next up, health. Which one am I missing still? So, damage, status, or repair. Okay. Yeah. And next up, we'll go to health, the skills health. And this is dependent on, again, a base value that is set for each of the skills. They just have their own base values. And then it's a multiplier of how much skill health as a stat you have. Here again, we'll get it a little bit of it. Actually, no, we won't. What? Yeah, no. I was about to say we get some from the watch, but no, we don't. This isn't part of the watch. Good thing I cut myself there. Look, because yeah, you will get damage, repair, duration, and haste from what? And next we'll go to the health, the skills health. And this is, of course, just, again, a value set per skill that they have as a base. And then how much skill health we have alongside of that will affect that and multiply against it. It's, again, just a fixed multiplier that you're getting, basically getting the stat divided by 100, 1 plus. And why am I explaining it like that? We should just say as a percentage. Gonna get ruffled from that one. So. And moving on to the health, the skill health. And this is effectively a multiplier that we're getting from the skill health stat, which we can get, for instance, from skill efficiency, but this one doesn't come from the watch at all. There's a base amount that each skill has set for it, and then it's a multiplier of how much skill health you have times the base health of the item. In this case, for instance, for the deployed skills, they have skill health and such, but a lot of skills actually don't have health attributed to them. For some skills, it also actually matters. For instance, for the turret and drone, yeah, the damage that they can take from the enemy is actually important, and having them be a little bit tanky is helpful. A lot of that health, of course, as well, is coming from those skill tiers, as we saw, for instance, here, the health on this tier is it is. Wait, is skill health? Skill health is separate from health, right? We never think about these things because we never care. Yeah, skill health is a separate multiplier, right? There's no good quick way of testing that, but it is, right? Yeah, skill health is a separate multiplier to health. Yeah, because shield health is... Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Second guessing myself. How is health the one that needs like 7 takes? Let me get you over here for a second there. What am I even watching? You're watching somebody make a video. That sometimes happens on this channel. But yeah, we're recording the explanation basically on all of the yellow stats. And we're going through them one by one. I've already done this on the YouTube channel for the red and blue ones, so now we're going through this. Yeah. And next up, we'll go to skill health, here represented as health. And the health of course, for instance, a turret and drone is actually important because they'll be shot at, and the more punishment they can take, the more tanky they can be, the more useful that is. But of course, it's again an opportunity cost thing if we go for it or not. We don't get any skill health from our watch, but what we do get is from the tiers generally, one of the biggest additions to all of the deployed skills, because also not every skill has health. So for instance, something like just the pulse itself, when we're just pulsing, not the remote pulse that we do throw out. If we just have the pulse, it has no health because it's not a real thing in the world. But everything that we deploy that is either a deployed item or an in-world item, like for instance with the drones or fireflies or seekers even as well, they also all have health associated to them because of course they can take damage while they're going towards the enemy. All of those, yeah, they are dependent on that health, and the health, especially what we get is from the tiers. We get a lot there. In this case as well, I do have skill efficiency and we even have Empress. Both of these, the skill efficiency, of course, feeds into skill health itself, and skill health by itself is, of course, an multiplier there. These two are actually separate multipliers from each other. Generally, the stat that we get here is applying as a separate multiplier than the skill health. So we don't add them together, they multiply against each other. And each of these skills, of course, has its own separate base value. And then it's basically that times the health as given through the tiering system and through mods. That becomes all together into one pool that it multiplies against that, and then also against skill health as a second multiplier there. So we can actually get a little bit more returns on this by going, especially for some of the skill health can be valuable on top of us being at high tiers. That's also why skill efficiency does give a lot better returns, for instance, than on a shield, especially because there the health, of course, is how much it can take. Having skill health or skill efficiency feeding into that instead of, for instance, the Forge's skill or, well, shield health, which would be additive system there, because here on the shields, the shield health is basically the stat that they have. The mods feed into this, and then also, for instance, the Forge would feed into this. The Forge would be 50% on top of this, making this 300%. But the skill health would be a separate multiplier, especially, for instance, if we're going with something like Motherly Love that has 25% as a stat there. That is, of course, going to be more as a separate multiplier of 25% going over that 250 than adding just 50 to this already kind of populated pool. So skill health being a separate multiplier does make a difference. We wouldn't generally go for it. We don't have mods for it either. We only really take it because we do have it along the way to other things. We do want to take it from the tiers and such, and that's mostly where we'll get a lot of it from. And then, of course, if you have, for instance, running a memento, or for instance here through that skill efficiency, the skill health is also in that skill efficiency. I feel we should have maybe done skill efficiency first. Now I get the feeling. Let's actually go back up and go by the one statue. Or actually we'll use this as our background. So first we'll go this way and then we'll go the other way. I needed this. Yeah. So next up is damage. Next up, we go to the damage number. And the skill damage is, of course, dependent again on basically a calculation that is going on, which is very similar to the weapon damage calculation, if you're familiar with that. Each of these skills has a base number attached to it. Then we get effectively what is their skill-specific stat. Then we get things like skill damage and then also grading and such, generally going into a separate pool from that. And that all multiplies together to create this damage. Most of the skills aren't affected by things like DTA and DTOC. We'll discuss that towards the end of this video. Some skills are, but this damage listed here will generally be effectively the base, then the skill-specific stat, then skill damage as a stat, and those three pools are multiplying against each other. Well, those three stats are multiplying up against each other. We, of course, get a little bit of skill damage from our watch. We get it from things like just having it as a brand bonus. We can, of course, take it as an attribute as well. We don't have mods for it, and that's just for balancing reasons. It would just be a little bit OP if we had status effect or skill damage as mods as well, on top of all of the other stats that we get. So from a balancing factor, they've just chosen not to do that. And of course, skill efficiency does also feed into skill damage as well as with all of the other yellow stats that exist. The amount of skill damage that we have will affect how much the output there is. And each skill will, of course, have its own separate base that it's multiplying up against. So in the case, for instance, here, to just make it a little bit more clear for the turret, we would have here from the damage here on the tiering. This is different than skill damage. So for instance, on the striker, it might actually be even clearer because here we have striker damage. So what we have is from the tier, we have striker damage. From here, we have damage as well. This actually is feeding into that same pool. And then also the grading on this is actually also together with that pool. And that pool of this damage, of the skill-specific damage, is actually separate from the skill damage pool. So the skill damage pool would then be all of the skill damage stats, all of the skill efficiencies that we are feeding into that. Things like the capacitor that give us skill damage is going into that pool as well. And also, for instance, the watch that we have as well is feeding into that. So generally, that's how the skills get their damage bonuses. And then also, the number that it shows here, especially if we're kind of on a static build like this, that of course in here the total skill damage is not included yet, but just the base amounts are. It isn't including glass, for instance, of course, in there either. But if we didn't have talents with total skill damage, or for instance glass here, we would hit for this number just over and over again. And then, yeah, as we, for instance, get capacitor shots up, we would increase our skill damage, so that would increase that damage as well. Anything that doesn't do damage at all, like the healing skills and such, do not benefit, of course, at all from skill damage. They don't get affected by it at all. But overall, that's how the damage of a skill is set up. Outside of that, though, we still have other stats affecting them, like with the aforementioned total skill damage. Maybe we do that differently, actually. Yeah, we could break that up. Because I now realize actually doing that bit, that's... I want to break that up into... Because then also we can bring total skill damage into the mix. Let me catch up here. Oh yeah, we always try to get something going in the background. I need a theory. Yeah, no, let's split this up actually. Yeah. Next, let's go to the damage stat here as shown. And next up, let's go to the damage stat. As shown here, we have a number that is shown, but that is, of course, out of several parts. In the same way, the weapon damage that we had in the red side is affected by a lot of different stats in different ways, and there are different pools. Same is true here for the damage on the skills, because there's effectively especially two pools that we kind of need to address. Let's start first with the skill specific pool here. That is the pool that we get from the tiering, especially the grading, and generally from the mods. So for instance here, we don't have skill damage as the listed stat here, we just have damage. On the striker is actually even clearer, because here for instance it is striker damage, and striker damage on there, but then just normal damage on the mod, just to make it confusing, because why have it be consistent? But in general, all skills have a base number, a base stat that they hit for, then they get multipliers, of course, added onto them. There's, in effect, two separate main multipliers applying here. One is the specific to the skill stat, and then one is just skill damage in general. So here for the striker, we're getting from the tiering striker damage, we're getting expertise, and then also this mod, for instance, feeding into it. Same here for the turret, the damage mod, and the grading and the tiering is all feeding into one pool. But the skill damage is actually a separate pool that's multiplying up against it. And then, of course, we would also have things like total skill damage, as we'll explain in a minute. But it is important to understand that each of these skills effectively has their own pool of damage. And yeah, they feed just, for instance, this damage, this 30% is not additive to the skill damage that we have on a build. It is multiplicative to all the other sources. So it adds up basically here. For instance, we have a grade 30, we're getting 60 from the tiering, we're getting 30, and that's additive to each other. So we get 90 in basically the specific skill damage, and then whatever skill damage we have as a stat is separate to it in a separate pool, and that's multiplying against each other. So all of these, again, as always, they're additive to themselves, multiplicative to all the other pools, and this is just one of those pools. Generally, with almost all skills, at least the damaging ones, with all of them, generally the stat as we get them is, we get the damage bonus here, we get expertise, and then any mod feeding into that would add into that same specific skill pool. Yeah. And then we're going to Now we're going to skill damage. And then alongside of that specific skill pool, then we have the general skill damage pool. So here, all of the skill damages that we have here on gear, and then of course, for instance, as well from the brand bonuses that we have, and also of course, skill efficiency feeds into skill damage as well. Here we have the capacitor that also, as we get hits onto the enemy, it will grant us stacks of skill damage. And even the specialization has that skill damage that it has, that also all feeds into that same skill damage pool. And then we basically have the base times that specific skill damage times the skill damage. That will get us effectively the number also listed on the stat sheet here. This does not actually include things like total skill damage or the glass that we're running there, so other separate multipliers, nor will it actually include, for instance, if DTA or DTOC applies, as it does for some skills. It doesn't include that here. But effectively, if we take the base, specific skill damage, and then also the general skill damage, just skill damage as a stat, and we multiply all of those together, we would hit this number. But then, of course, alongside of that, we have things like talents that can give us total skill damage. I'm going to cut it there again. Let me catch up here. No, so it's just wait, do you mean this or other thing? This wouldn't be for that. This we just loaded up just to have a build that has skill damage. I don't have too many of them. Especially like I wanted to have a turret and drone there. then we'll go to yeah. Actually, yeah, no, we ended with like we said the word total skill damage. As that works similarly to what we get onto the weapon damage end, where we have total weapon damage, where we have total skill damage. Some talents feed into total skill damage, and really the only way to tell is that, yeah, there is a total in front of the skill damage. If it says that or amplifies total skill damage, those aren't just skill damage. The total here is, yeah, the total skill damage is increased by 30%. That implies, in this case, and that is wording kind of like a card system, that's also where the total weapon damage finds its way. It's basically taking the total of this damage, which we already said includes the specific skill damage and then the skill damage in general. That is this combined number. And then that's taking this total, that total number, and increasing it by further, in this case, 30% whenever we are shooting an enemy. And that total skill damage is its own separate multiplier by itself, in the same way that total weapon damage is its own separate multiplier. There are many sources for this, and there are actually some things that feed into both. So for instance, Overwatch gives both total weapon damage and total skill damage. And here, for instance, yeah, we have several backpack talents we could go with that could give us total skill damage. In general, most of the backpack and chest talents are total skill damage when they're talking about skill damage. For instance, kinetic momentum, yeah, feeds into total repair, but then also into total skill damage as well. And then we also can have the option to have other separate multipliers. There we go. And then let's go into here. And here we have one of those separate multipliers in, for instance, glass. There are many things that can affect the damage output of the skills. Glass is, of course, applying to everything. It is famously and basically in effect and to all sources damage increase, and that includes skills as well. So this would then also be a separate multiplier, not accounted for in this number either. That this number is, again, just basically the base number, and then the specific skill damage, and then the skill damage. And then on top of that, as a separate multiplier, will go on top of that total skill damage, and then also any separate multipliers like this one. There are some others that will affect things like skills, and yeah, they are usually very useful, of course, because by value, if at the same value, if we can have it as a separate multiplier, we would prefer to do so. That's why glass can actually be very effective. In this case as well, for instance, glass will both apply to the skills and then also to the weapon. That's generally one of the reasons that you do see it sometimes on especially things that are trying to be a little bit hybrid, because nowadays, yeah, kinetic momentum kind of got too big to keep this glass here for most of it. But there are some separate multipliers that can apply, and you need to account for those, of course. And generally, you will notice if you're doing, for instance, a calculation, that if it's missing something, yeah, you need to go and double check if you have other separate multipliers. What else do we have? Like spotter? Trying to think of like other separate multipliers. Yeah, let's actually redo that. Because yeah, let's bring up the Eclipse backpack. Actually, that's so much. I was kind of grasping for another representation of that. And Lady Melon, and indeed, we're recording the yellow stats thing. We did the red and the blue at this point quite a while ago, so we're kind of catching up on some of the other ones. Yeah, Overwatch is both. Overwatch is, that's why we kind of the 1 year. No, but I mean, we can go to the library. But Overwatch is both skill and weapon damage, total skill and total weapon damage. So it's just that. That's the That's also why, you know, for third row hybrids, if we're not going last, like Overwatch is somewhat an option. But yeah, the spotter as well as amplifies total and actually, yeah, we should do spotter as well. What was my last sentence in that other one? Separate multiplier. Is that word multipliers? As to have other separate multipliers. Actually, we should also include, wait, do I have that thing still here? Where did I even drop it? Or did I drop it in here? I dropped it in there. Not what I needed. I needed it up here. Yeah. Yeah. And lastly, of course, the last thing, or that's not the. As of course, alongside of that specific skill damage in general, and the pool of total skill damage, we can have other separate multipliers as well. So generally all of the amps that would affect skills fall into this. Glass cannon is of course the poster child for that, because all damage we deal, this is just a separate multiplier to all sources basically, and that includes our skills. So here this 25% is affecting both our skills and our weapon, and that's also, for instance, why it is chosen here over kinetic momentum, for instance, for me in this case. There are a lot of talents, or well, not that much actually, but there are several talents that are important in this way, as they are separate multipliers to everything else. Another that we have is spotter. For instance, spotter is also amplified skill and weapon damage. That isn't the same as glass, for instance, because with glass, if we even shoot something, a barrel in the world, and that explodes and that hurts the enemy, even that would be increased by 25%. But in the case of spotter, as long as the enemy is pulsed, then yeah, only our skills and our weapon damage is increased. Same is true, for instance, with the backpack on Eclipse. That is a 30% separate multiplier as long as the enemy is status affected, which is kind of the thing that especially fire eclipses are trying to do anyway. So we do have other talents that affect it in this way. Alongside of that, some skills are affected by DTA. This is mostly, as we'll bring up this little infographic that a lot of you may already have seen. This is posted in a lot of places, and for instance, if you need to re-find it again, it is on my Discord, and it is in the general resources there. And this lists what skills are affected by explosive damage, DTA, and also damage to targets out of cover, as that OOC out of there. Because some skills are affected by DTA as a separate multiplier, and they are effectively all of the skills that aren't ballistic skills. There's a trio of skills that we call the ballistic skills, that is the turret, the drone, and the sniper turret. All three actually have effects that are different than most of the other skills because they shoot basically bullets in the same way that we kind of do. And as you see here, those aren't affected by DTA, but basically everything else is. Then there are two skills. Often you will hear one skill affected by target damage to targets out of cover, DTAC. Everybody knows the Oxidizer. Everybody forgets about the Demolisher Firefly. That is also affected by it, but we don't use that one that much, so it is forgivable. But the Oxidizer does also benefit from, for instance, having a Fox's Prayer, or for instance, using a weapon that has damage to targets out of cover as its third stat, as generally as well. Some of these stats are transitive while we're holding the weapon. In the case, for instance, for DTA, in when we are holding, for instance, a shotgun, when we set an enemy alight with an eclipse, if we are holding out our chem, the DTA on the shotgun won't be active. Once we swap to the shotgun, the DTA on it will be active. If the enemy has armor for that DT to A, then it will actually increase our damage by that DTA amount until they run out of armor. Then lastly, of course, as listed here, we have explosive damage. Let's go to here. This one can go. That was something here. No. I know, for those coming in, yeah, we are recording, so I'll be kind of distracted, but I'll catch up on chat here and there. If you have any questions or anything, or just want to say hi, feel free to. But it might take a minute for me to catch up on it here and there. Yeah. So let's go to this. As that is, of course, explosive damage. And that, of course, explosive damage, the stat, is a stat that affects just the explosive skills. So if we are taking it here, for instance, through having it on this chest with this explosive damage, or having it through the specialization as we would get from having the demolitionist as our specialization and having that perk unlocked, then we get some explosive damage from there. It doesn't show up on our stat sheets, which is kind of annoying, but we can very much, there isn't too many sources for it, so it's easy to identify where it's coming from. This explosive damage is also then a separate multiplier, but of course only applying to that list of skills that we saw a second ago. We'll bring up this table again where we have explosive damage, and for instance, you can see that most of the explosive skills, and most of them are skills that then when they hit the enemy, they'll do yellow damage. So when the damage pops up, it'll be in yellow, except for one exception here, which is the Stinger Hive. The Stinger Hive, just because of how it kind of is pure skill damage and is not affected by the explosive damage stat. Even though it, of course, does yellow damage, it bleeds the enemy, it isn't affected by it. And that's just a quirk of how it was in year 1 and got moved to year 2. But most of the skills that do explosive damage will be affected by that explosive damage multiplier. And that is on top of everything else, a separate multiplier. That's why on builds that are going for explosive skills, we generally will prioritize going for that extra stat. 15% of this is worth a lot more than a little bit more skill damage by itself. That is then also, well, for instance, in this case, just for the explosive skills, but that's basically the entirety of the skill damage calculation. We take the base, we have the specific skill damage, then we go into the generalized skill damage, total skill damage, and then we have a bunch of separate multipliers that may or may not affect it. Because of course as well, this explosive damage will not do anything for any of the skills that, for instance, they're not showing being affected by it. This won't help a turret or a drone, just the ballistic ones. So it is just tied to that, and of course some of the other ones might be conditional. And there, as guys, all the chat pop-ups there. And thank you so much, Danny, for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. As you may have guessed from there, I'm recording. I'm recording something. So yeah, we're going over the yellow stats, which is something that I've already done from the blue and the red stats. So we're kind of ending that list with the yellow ones, which I've been meaning to catch up on. But yeah, welcome in everybody, and welcome in Raiders, and welcome in Danny, and and thanks there, Jimmy, for, as indeed we did get partnered not too long ago, which was very surprising to myself as well. and either Avro, and either Gustavo, and either NGN, and either Benjamin. I like the name. But yeah, welcome in everybody. And either Danny. But yeah, hope you had a great stream. Hope you had some fun. And yeah, welcome in everybody. And either Taco. But yeah, we had a great stream. I got a little bit of it. I saw you guys doing the while I was setting up. Yeah, let's actually go clear out the next room here, and we'll move into the next exhibits. What do I even want to? Let's just run that for. Wait, where's it? Oh, the key's up there. Okay. There's actually as well, if you weren't aware of this. You can, if you go to the void, when you come out, the key will render before the walls. So we can see, you know, the keys over there. as a weirdness. I need a cat man as well. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, let's move in to this room, and then we'll use this as the background. I'm kind of just using the mission as the background. Or just have not the same thing. Yeah, we're going through the yellow stats, which not the most exciting of things, of course, man. Hopefully informative. And I'm recording all that for the YouTube video. Apparently I record them live. Those maybe unfamiliar with me. And also again, as well, maybe for those unfamiliar with me, hi, I'm IKEA. Usually how I start my videos and such. And I make guides and videos and have a build collection and stuff like that, and try to make myself somewhat useful. Somewhat. But yeah, for today, yeah, we're gonna kind of record some of this. We're already kind of partway through. Let's actually clear all the way up to here. Of going through some of the yellow stats. Because what we have left is, well, first we'll do, yeah, repair, then status effect. Repair status effect, skill efficiency. You know what? We'll do this again. I've already used this way in a different video, but well, we're in. Let's just use the school list. Just have something there. Repair. So let's go to this. So we need to include as well outgoing repair. We'll reference incoming repair. What was the reformation was wrong, right? Can I put that on a gun? Maybe that I can equip. We can just go to the library. Yeah, let me catch up here. As I kind of trying to keep up a little. And either a Korean man. and yeah, Bitcoin is all running, man. I know everybody is enjoying their day so far. For me, it's been well, I actually got kind of busy. I was planning on jumping around in the afternoon as well, but couldn't in the end. But, oh, and thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much, Danny, for gifting us up there. As always, much appreciated as well. Likely wasted on silly apparel as we're running there as well. But yeah, thank you so much for the kindness. Yeah, let's record a repair skill, which is just the most oh wait, if I can have, you know what, let's just give me a whatever. Maybe I'll load up the because this was the original place where they did it wrong, but then they started doing it wrong like in 1,000 places. Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, I have a tendency of buying everything they put out, so it's a bad habit. We always call it, yeah, just having a crippling apparel addiction. Because yeah, just gotta catch them all. But yeah, repair skills. Next up, let's go to repair skills, which of course is our ability to have. Oh, it actually, I need to check this first because yeah, so this does on healing there, right? Yeah. It's that one where it actually has repair skills. And next up, let's go to repair skills, which is our skills abilities to repair. It is basically plus 20% for the repair of our skills. That's actually kind of how the wording is meant to be, maybe, because first of all, let's address that the game doesn't keep this consistent. In the long past, there was only one wrong place where it says skill repair, and then also one place where it was intended to say skill repair. In the case of the Artificer Hive, it is its ability to skill repair. It's repairing skills, that should be skill repair. There was one wrong place before in the past where it was the other way around for something that was repair skill, and that was, in this case, reformation. That was always skill repair. As a status itself is repair skills. But then Descent came by, and Descent is all skill repair on everything, on every talent. So this consistency is completely blown out and inconsistent everywhere. Repair skill and skill repair are effectively the same, except for the Artificer, where it is actually repairing skills. But generally, when we are talking about repair in general, or repair skills, or skill repair, we're generally talking about this, except if we're talking about the skill or the healing that the Artificer can do, which is different, because that only does actually skill repair. It's, you know, the skill that is repairing for that much. In everything else, it's, yeah, very inconsistent. And even some newer talents that have come in since that do things to repair skills / skill repair, yeah, they've been all over the place. And that's kind of annoying, but yeah, they're all the same. How this works is, again, in the same way that most of the other stats affect skills, is that there is a base amount that each of the skills has that it heals for. And then we'll get, again, some healing from a specific skill stat. So in this case, the healing that we have here on the hive, and then from if the expertise feeds into it, but I don't believe actually any expertise, well, no, the repair traps repair feeds into repair. But any, again, basically stats from tier, expertise, or mods is a separate pool that multiplies against that. And then repair skill / skill repair will be a separate pool to that, multiplying against that. Then again, we also would have things like outgoing healing that we would have, for instance, here through our specialization of survivalist. Because we have that and we have the perk unlocked, we will also have outgoing repair. Now that is then, again, also a separate multiplier, but then only against other people that we're healing in that case. On the player that is receiving its side, if they have incoming repair, that's also then another separate multiplier that applies to whatever number already existed. And then just that pool will then also apply there. Incoming repair, though, as we discussed with the blue skills or with the blue stats, if your skill, if it is even your own skill healing you, if you have a combination of repair skill and incoming repair, those will multiply up against each other, and that's actually the reasonable way to go if you are trying to heal yourself in that way, but that's generally not a way that we play this game. There are better ways of getting survivability, mostly through, for instance, yeah, just having a manto there for just some armor regen, or for instance, the tech tank style. But yeah, this skill repair / repair skills, yeah, it's go-to stat, of course, for any of the healing builds that we have. We generally want to have enough of it to make our skills effective enough. Now, of course, they already get some from the tiers. So, for instance, here with the Restorer Hive, we're getting some healing already just from the tiers, and that can already be quite a bit, and you can forego having some repair skill on even a healing build, and that's of course, for instance, what the combat medics lean towards. And it is somewhat handy to make sure that you have, in the cases in this FI build, for instance, we are taking a few skill hastes here and there. Some of the mods are going towards skill haste because we shouldn't forego that either. In this case, especially for the healing chem, to not take too long to cool this down, because we don't need this to be a very high number. As we can see here already, this would basically, if it hits it, if the chem hits an ally just with the burst healing, this ally repair, this can heal up to 1.2 million. That's more than enough for even somebody with 1 or 2 blue cores. We don't need to go overboard quite often with repair skill. We're better off kind of diversifying and getting a little bit of, for instance, skill haste in there. That's also why generally we'll see them with the crossbow and the survivalist specialization. And that's because, yeah, the outgoing repair is then a separate multiplier. That percentage is much more valuable than trying to get a few more repair skills going. There we go. We got there in the end. Let me actually make sure that none of these other ones... this is explosive skill, right? Yeah. Almost deleted that. Let's not. So this is glass, or well, the separate multipliers there. And then here. 523 is kind of long, but also we needed to go on a rant. Because consistency. Oh shit. I chatted on screen. I'll need to redo that. That's fine, actually. I kind of got rambly. Well, we can do that spiel again. I totally forgot, kind of. To go over to that scene. Let me get you on chat first. I need a rub. And indeed, chat is sharing. But yeah, I kind of caught it late as well. Not paying attention to that, of course. But that's actually kind of fine. I don't mind taking a second take there. Because maybe we explain the thing first and then we go into a rant. Yeah. Let's maybe do it like that. That'll make more sense. And then later on, indeed, we'll jump into some Div1 as well over here. As I said, the plan's kind of to do this, record all of this up, and then once we're done here, we'll go and actually, I'm going to first catch up some of the characters here to be all the way caught up on the Pandero event thing, and then we'll go to Div1. Might also do a weekly quickly here just because it is Monday, so last day to do them. Yeah, let's do that again. Could I, in a way, have... I mean, I can load up... Yeah, at the end we can load up just something with Artificer. That's maybe also the better way to explain that. Next up, we'll go to one that is a little bit confusing. We'll explain a little bit later the issue with it. But this repair skills, which is likely how the stat is intended to be said, has been very inconsistent, and in a lot of places will be skill repair instead. Actually, no, let's rant first, because we need to get that rant out of the way. I'm trying to kind of avoid it, but that makes it actually awkward. Let's go. And next up, we'll go to repair skills, or is it skill repair? Well, this one is a little bit annoying, as there is a very inconsistent way that this has been treated throughout the years. The stat, in my opinion, and this is of course, yeah, it's the devs game, they can do whatever they want, but in my opinion, this stat should only be repair skills. And that was actually pretty consistent in a lot of, well, stats, and then of course talents and such. But then we already had some outliers that were different. So for instance, on reformation, that's also why I've put it on the shotgun here. Headshots grant plus 60 skill repair for 15 seconds. The other way around. And then they also went and made Descent, and every talent in Descent uses the term skill repair. And that's caused a lot of confusion, because is that the same? Is that different? Now, the thing is, we already did have a stat, skill repair, in the game, even before Reformation, that was used in that way, and that was on the Artificer. On the Artificer, it is the amount that it heals skills for, so the skill repair percentage, effectively. In this case, of course, it is our repair of our skills, not repair to our skills with this stat. And because of that inconsistency, it often causes confusion. Generally, if we're talking about repair in general, we're talking about this skill or this stat. So we're just talking about skill repair, repair skill. It's just all repair or repair skills or skill repair, whatever way we say it. Basically, if we're not in context talking about the Artificer, yeah, we're effectively talking about this stat. And this stat, of course, comes from a lot of brand bonuses. Here, for instance, as well, from this gear set bonus. We can have it either from mods and just base stats. And then the way that it works is quite similar. In general, all of the repair is quite similar to the damage side calculation that we just went through. We'll keep it briefer here. We won't go through each and every step, but it's, again, a base amount. Each skill has a base amount that it heals for that is just set by the devs. Then, for instance, here from tiers, as we have a 6-tier Restorer Hive here, we have 120% healing from this. Now, if we had anything from Expertise, that would also feed into Repair. That would be that same stat. And then also, for instance, here, the healing from mods. All of this is, again, in the same style as we had in on the damage end. This is then first the base. This healing, as it is called for this one, is a skill-specific stat. That all gets pulled together. And then all of the repair skill will be a separate pool alongside of it. So it base multiplied by that specific skill specific stat, and then repair skill as a pool as well. All of those multiplying against each other. Then we also have things, again, separate multipliers in the style that we saw with the damage end. In this case, the outgoing healing that we have from our specialization, if we have that perk for the outgoing healing percentage increase, then that is a separate multiplier feeding on top of all that. Also, if the recipient, and that could be ourselves as well, if the recipient has incoming repair, that's also then again a separate multiplier on top of that, as we discussed in the blue stats. That means that, yeah, it is kind of handy that, for instance, that's why we choose to go survivalist. That percentage we get from there is actually worth a lot more than feeding a little bit more into repair skills. In general, one thing to remember with this stat as well is that even for a full healing build like this, we don't need everything to be going towards repair skill. We don't need to be healing for the largest amount here. And it isn't like on the damage end where, yeah, just going full red means going just, you know, all in on the damage. Here we don't need to per se go that route. Because even this ally repair of this healing chem that I have here will already do 1.2 million, and then also, of course, be increased by that outgoing repair from the survivalist, even on top of this number, as that's not included in here. And that's more than enough to heal most reds outright with just the burst healing of the healing chem. So you don't need to go all in on it in the same way that, for instance, on the red side, we would go with having some skill haste can be useful, as yeah, that feeds into that ammo cooldown that we have here. And yeah, that can be more useful than just stacking and stacking to make this number the biggest it can be. That's actually not that useful. So do make that consideration, and it's an opportunity cost thing. We definitely want some. We want to be potent enough to be able to heal as much as we need to, but the rest of it can go into different places. That's also why generally on full healers, as we have here, we're not feeding even more into going even more healing, like for instance having safeguard here or such. No, we go into having even more bonuses for the team, as that can be much more useful and make it much more consistent. That's also why this isn't per se the shotgun that I would be running there. I just made Reformation appear on there just to discuss it being the wrong way around on that talent as well. But normally we would have perfect sledge here. So repair skills, yeah, in a similar way, basically there's in the same way as a damage calculation happens, a healing calculation happens, and you just have to make sure that you account for everything in separate pools. We don't have damage numbers showing, for instance, in the same way that, or as in the same way as when we do damage, and that makes it kind of annoying because we don't have a real good way. And I would love that for them to maybe add that at some point. If we could just have healing numbers in the same way as we have damage numbers showing up in the chat, for instance, as a toggle that we can toggle on, as that would be actually quite useful. But in the meantime, yeah, we just kind of ballpark it with repair skills. That got wordy, but also, yeah, that's a big stat. Yeah, 6 minutes. But yeah, we hit all of the notes. Next up, status effect. And then skill efficiency. Let me catch up here for a second. Neither of that. Oh, that was this one. Sorry. Let's go and yeah, let's keep going. Let's change our background actually. I feel this is the right place to stand, right? On the hood. I kind of want the fire cam, so maybe we go refire cover. Don't have a normal eclipse here. That's fine. Yeah. And next we'll go to status effects. Status effects as a stat applies to skills that do status effects, as implied by it. It doesn't affect any of the skills like the turret and the drone or such that aren't doing any status effects. Just shooting somebody is not a status effect, it's just shooting them. That's just skill damage. In the case of, for instance, the fire cam, status effects will affect its burn damage and its burn duration. And that's in all of these skills, again, as well, is there's a base value set for burn damage, there's a base value set for burn duration, for instance, for the fire cam. Then we are, of course, getting some from the tiering. So we have burn duration and burn damage from there. We could also, for instance, if we had the 20% burn duration from firewall, that would be additive to this burn duration that we have here. And then the status effect is effectively that number, a separate multiplier to that number again, going in the same way as with the damage side. This is feeding into its own pool. So this burn damage, not this damage in this case, this expertise, because this is a separate damage as it's doing two different damages as we'll discuss. And then the burn strength is actually feeding both into burn duration and burn damage in this case for the fire cam. But that's then, yeah, the base duration and base damage times the specific weapon stats, and then again, status effect as a separate multiplier to all of those. And effectively, those numbers is just multiplied by the status effect as a multiplier. Now, in the case, especially for instance for the fire cam and such, yeah, that is the important stats we want, of course. The burn damage is what we care about, and the burn duration. In the case of, for instance, the fire cam, there's also this other damage, and we'll come back as well to that with this expertise here. This expertise feeds into damage, not burn damage. This damage that it lists here is actually when we just ignite the chem, when it's on the floor and we ignite it, how much damage does that do? Because that by itself already does damage. So that is just that damage. That's also why, for instance, this 30 grade expertise isn't actually as useful here as it is in some other places. Because yeah, what we really want is this burn duration, of course, to go up. That's the real thing that, for instance, in this case, we're taking an refire, but especially fire eclipses and such. We really care about the burn damage and the burn duration. This explosion is a nice bonus on top. And yeah, if we have already everything else at high grades, yeah, we can feed into this, but this wouldn't, for instance, be the first thing I would grade up in that way. In the case of the Stinger hive, so for instance, that damage is feeding actually into, again, the damage, and that's the damage of the hit. So when it hits the enemy, it does this amount of damage plus our other multipliers on top, of course. And then the bleed damage and the bleed duration is affected by the status effect. So status effect effectively is generally the damage and duration of all of these skills. It basically feeds into all of these pools, but then is also a separate multiplier from the damage that we have from the specific skill damage, basically, in the same way as the damage calculation side as we went through there. Because of that, status effect is the way to go for a lot of the status effects, especially if we're running, for instance, fire cam and such. We will want to have as much possible status effect. Skill damage for these skills does still actually affect the burn damage that we have here. But then what skill damage does is where status effect affects burn damage and burn duration, skill damage affects the initial damage and the burn damage. So having some skill damage alongside of it can be useful, but then for instance in the cases of Eclipse, I generally go for having a little bit more haste, because that's usually the downside, especially on Eclipses, where they don't have that much haste. So having to wait if we run out of charges, even though we have 8 and it's unlikely to run out, but sometimes we do. Sometimes we run out of charges. Having it be a little bit shorter on that cooldown is actually useful. So in general, we have to kind of look at specific skills and how they are affected there. Of course, anything that doesn't do damage, it doesn't gain damage from status effect. It only gains the shock duration, for instance, here is affected by status effect. Skill damage will not do anything here again, because yeah, they're not doing damage. So it won't, there's no shock damage here, for instance. So this is also only really useful for, or well, I'm kind of going in circles. I kind of lost it. Wait, let's do that again. Because we need to go to other skills way earlier. That took way too long to get there. That's the downside of not scripting these and just rambling, but that makes it a lot easier for me. Yeah. Next up, we'll go to status effect. Status effect we can get from minor attributes, of course. Some gear sets and some brand bonuses have it. And yeah, it can be very helpful for anything that does a status effect, as it implies. Generally, what the status effect stat affects is, for instance, in the case of a fire chem, it's its burn damage and its burn duration. Generally, it will affect the skill-specific status effect that it does, its damage and its duration. So in the case of the Stinger Hive, it will be the bleed damage and the bleed duration. In the case here with the fire chem, we already from the tiering get some burn duration and some burn damage. This works again, and then also, for instance, from this mod, which is burn strength in this case, which also feeds 7.5% into burn damage and 7.5% into burn duration, as we have it up here. Those again are basically, there's a base value for each of these skills for its burn duration and burn damage, or whatever, status effect duration, status effect damage. That is then multiplied against the skill-specific stats. So in this case, the things we're getting from the tiering, for some of the things also from expertise, and then from the mods. That is one pool altogether. And then status effect is its own separate pool and is multiplying against everything else as well. In the same way as we see with skill damage and repair skills, as we saw a second ago. That makes it so that generally, if we are using something like a fire chem, status effect is the first stat we want to go for, because especially that burn damage and burn duration are the important parts of it. Skill damage also actually does affect the burn damage, but it doesn't affect the duration. What it does is affect this damage number and the burn damage. In the case of the fire chem, as we have it here, that damage, this first number we see here, that is only the chem launcher basically being fired. When it dissipates, when you ignite it, any enemies caught in it will be caught in an explosion. That is that damage number. That is also the damage number that is increased by the expertise here. That's also why this expertise on the fire chem isn't actually that useful, because it is just that initial explosion. It is a little bit of a bonus there. You do a little bit more damage, but also sometimes that little bit more damage might kill enemies that then don't get set on fire and don't spread that fire. So it's actually can be getting in the way, especially in the past when we had leagues and we would do missions on hard and enemies would die just to the explosion there. But in my case, I use the fire chem a lot, and yeah, on heroic and such, this doing a little bit more damage on that initial explosion helps out a little bit. In the case, for instance, for the Stinger Hive, yeah, the damage and the bleed damage would be affected by skill damage, and the status effect is affecting the bleed damage and the bleed duration. Anything that doesn't do any damage at all, like the shock trap, it's just the shock duration, for instance. There, same for foam, same for blind as well, where they don't have a damage component. The status effect will only increase that shock, or well, the specific status's duration by a percentage amount. It is, again, just a multiplier. It's just going into, for instance, here we have from the skill tiering itself, we're getting 60 skill duration. So it's basically base duration times the shock duration that we have here, plus the expertise, plus the mod. And then that is a pool together. And then the status effect as a separate pool. And that's all multiplying against that base number, of course. So that's how you can generally get the shock, or well, the durations from some of the skills at. Now, of course, nowadays as well, with the diminishing returns that we have on some of the status effects, we won't always see this. Well, we'll see it for the first fire that we set on enemies, but sometimes it's transitive between enemies spawning from the same door, and eventually they might not even light on fire anymore at all, which is kind of annoying. Another thing here is that, yeah, skill duration, as we discussed earlier, for instance, for the fire chem, is just that cloud duration. That's why we won't take it here at all on, for instance, this refactor or just eclipse, fire eclipses and such, because that's not the duration we care about. This burn duration is the important one. We can get some as well, for instance, from firewall. That's also why that gets picked for its 20% burn duration, which is actually additive to this burn duration that we have from the skill tiering as well. So it isn't the full 20%, it is just adding to this amount. Overall, status effect, of course, is the go-to when we are using status effect builds, especially Eclipse. We're feeding a lot into that. Then alongside of that, yeah, we could go skill damage actually to just get a little bit more burn damage out of it. We won't get the duration, but we'll get a little bit more burn damage, for instance, out of this, and also from the hive. But for eclipses, and for instance here as well with this refighter, I'm not going that route. I'm going skill haste, mostly because we'll need that as well to, for instance, have our ammo cooldown be short enough that we can get by. But status effect, of course, yeah. Standalone, basically, especially towards the status effect skills. I kind of lost it on that last sentence, but it's fine. Yeah, so we have that. This was the take we aren't going with, right? Wait, so standalone, basically. Let me get you up here. That's like, yeah. Let's go back to this thing where we have skill efficiency. I should delete this thing because I'm gonna forget later. Oh yeah, skill efficiency. And then there is one that we've kind of danced around, but I wanted to explain all of the other ones before we came to skill efficiency. Because skill efficiency actually is all of those other stats combined. We've already seen in the red stats, we have weapon handling, which is accuracy, stability, weapon swap speed, and the reload speed bonuses all into one stat. And basically 1 point into that is 1 point into all of those. We see it as well with hazard protection on the blue side, which is a combined stat of all of the resistances altogether, except pulse resistance. Here we have skill efficiencies. 1 point into skill efficiency is 1 point into all of the yellow stats that we just discussed. So that includes skill damage, repair skill, status effect, skill health, skill duration, and skill haste. All 6 of those stats are gotten from skill efficiency. So this skill efficiency here basically reads as that. Now, it depends, of course, if we're making use of all of those parts, because, for instance, in a turret drone build like this, we're not doing much with the status effect, but the skill damage, the skill duration, the skill health, not the repair skill either, and then also the skill, shit. And you know what? I need to, I kind of lost it there because, although, wait, so what's the 6? I keep forgetting one of them the whole time. Damage, haste, duration, health, status effect, repair skill. All right. Yeah, let's do it like that because then I can kind of holistically remember it. Yeah. And next, let's go to the one we've been kind of dancing around but haven't explained yet. I wanted to explain all of the constituent parts before we get to skill efficiency itself. We've already seen combined stats in the reds, for instance, with weapon handling, which was accuracy, stability, weapon swap speed, and reload speed, all combined into one stat. 1 point into weapon handling was 1 point into all of those stats separately. And in the blue side, we saw hazard protection, which especially, well, with the exception of pulse resistance, fed into all of the other resistances that we had. In this case, skill efficiency feeds into skill damage, skill health, skill duration, skill haste, status effect, and repair skill. Those 6, I want to have the count up here. Why am I counting off screen? God damn. Take 3. Yeah. Next, let's go to the one we've been kind of dancing around, which is skill efficiency. But I've been wanting to explain first the constituent parts of it, as this is a combined stat that feeds into 6 separate stats. We've already seen this in weapon handling in the red side, where weapon handling feeds into accuracy, stability, weapon swap speed, and reload speed. Each point into weapon handling is 1 point into all of those stats. In the case as well for the blue stats, we had that with hazard protection, which, with the exception of pulse resistance, feeds into that whole list of resistances by 1 point for every point into hazard protection. Same is true here with skill efficiency. Skill efficiency feeds into skill damage, skill health, skill duration, skill haste, status effect, and repair skill. Basically the 6 main stats that we discussed so far. Because of that, it is a very valuable stat because it does feed into our damage side as well with the skills, where, for instance, on the red side, weapon handling, the reload speed helps with sustained DPS, but the rest of it isn't per se directly into damage. Accuracy, stability, you could make a point of helps with doing damage, but it doesn't directly increase the damage. Here it does feed into both skill damage and also status effect. So in a lot of cases, it is actually the best stat to go for. But it doesn't have that many sources. Now, for instance, for this season with the modifier, we're getting 30% from there with our companion deactivated and 50% when our companion is out. And that can already be a lot, especially for skills, as we discussed a second ago with the status effect skills, where they also benefit from both status effect and skill damage, and then also all of the other constituent parts. So it really depends on if we have need for all of the parts. So for instance, here with the turret and drone that we're using, we aren't using the status effect or the repair skill side of things, of course, of the skill efficiency, but we're still getting skill damage, the skill health, the skill duration, and the skill haste from the skill efficiency. There aren't many sources for it. It's basically just the brands, and then also, for instance, the memento backpack. Once we have the pickups going for it, we can get some skill efficiency out of that. Because of that, yeah, they've kept it kind of very light on sources for it because, yeah, this can be quite a runaway, of course, if we don't watch out with it. But skill efficiency, because of its feeding, basically this 8% skill efficiency is here as all 6 of those stats at 8% extra to them. And that's also why, yeah, it gets hidden away at at deeper levels of brand bonuses and or harder to achieve things like the Mementos backpack. It is a very important stat, and generally, if we can take it, we will lean towards it, of course. But yeah, the opportunity cost comes into play as well. Here, for instance, with Empress, we would need to feed several into its brand bonuses, meaning that we can, for instance, go with gear set without a ninja bike backpack, but as we discussed, a memento would also give skill efficiency, so likely that would be the better choice. That's also why you see it on all of those turret drone hybrids. That skill efficiency is worth its weight in gold. It does feed directly into those stat pools, so it can be just attributed as basically the skill efficiency just added on top of the skill damage if it's affecting that. In the cases of things like the fire chem, where it is both getting skill damage and status effect, you basically can make it go into their double. It is not double dipping, but it's just going, basically it's getting 8% status effect and 8% skill damage from this one stat. And that makes it so that for some of those, yeah, it would make sense to go for a skill efficiency if we had opportunity cost-wise good ways of doing so. The reason why you don't see that, for instance, being used with eclipses is that that would mean foregoing things like the Val, which are a little bit more useful. Overall, though, skill efficiency is the most important stat that we can try to go for, and for instance, them putting it quite often into the modifier for the season is definitely one to watch out for, even though we don't use skill builds that much. I got rambly. I kind of lost the plot there. 4 minutes 20 is still fine though. We explained what we needed to. Okay. So we hit all that. What am I forgetting? Still. Because we wanted to also do optimal range here. even though because it is yellow stack. Am I forgetting? Because this was my list, and then optimal range. Am I not forgetting something? Because also actually on my list I forgot explosive damage earlier, or well, not earlier, but a different time. And there you again. Increase the skill efficiency of the skill. Well, no, it effectively, yeah. It feeds into its base stat, but it feeds into the.
The True Sons seem to be in control of the holding area.
Oh no, actually, yeah.
Guys are knocking out
It will
security
be
cameras.
as just
Pretty
skill
smart.
efficiency on top of your build base, but it's not a separate multiplier. It's just feeding into those same pools, basically. That's why, yeah. Yeah, let's go clear this out. You know what, we'll just stay with this. We'll just use something here as a background. Optimal range. Actually, that might be a good one to kind of treat as well, just as because it is a special skill. Maybe we'll
Agent, hostiles are moving into West Potomac Park.
maybe we'll do
Reinforcements incoming.
Artificer separately. Because yeah, it itself has skill efficiency as a stat, and then also its skill repair. I haven't ran this thing in like forever. Mostly because, especially for solo play and stuff, third row hybrids are just so much better. Although the thing is, on heroic solo scaling, doesn't matter. Any of this kind of well lit? Oh, that's kind of well lit enough. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go back here. Am I forgetting anything else? Because yeah, we've already covered swap speed and rate of fire and accuracy and stability just in the red stats, because and reload speed as well. We only kind of forgot about optimal range, so I want to include it here. How long is this actually so far? Because also I'm going to guess it's not actually as short as I think it is it? It's already 43, so definitely want to keep it under an hour. More preferably around the... Do we have any... Because we've already hit on like, yeah, things like status effect damage and durations and skill repair, and also this skill damage even from talents and stuff. Oh, do I actually have... I do have a fall, right? Yeah. I have an average 36. Let's put this back to in sync, what it was. Just because I'll forget otherwise. And I will just start the spiel here. Yeah, let's make sure we're in the right scene. Also, let's cover one yellow stat that we kind of forgot with the red stats, because we included accuracy, stability, reload speed, and actually even rate of fire and swap. Well, no, swap speed is red. Actually, let's not include that. Let's try it again. And also, while we're doing the yellow stats, let's also cover optimal range, even though it's mostly should have been included in the red stats. Even though there we included accuracy, stability, reload speed, and even rate of fire, which are technically yellow stats, as we see here. But we included them in the red stats because they made more sense there. I forgot optimal range and discussing that. So let's cover that here because it is technically a yellow stat. As we can apply it to, for instance, our weapon through this third stat as we have it here. But also there are some brand bonuses, of course, going towards it. And then also there are several mods that we can take towards optimal range. What optimal range does is that each weapon has its own amount before it starts dropping off its damage. Its base damage and stated damage and such are basically only up to the stated listed range that we have here. And if we take, for instance, an optimal range mod, we can extend that range. That range is also shown in the stat sheet, and effectively that number is getting plus, for instance, in that case with that mod, plus 50%. And this range, once we exceed this range, our damage will start to drop off. The way that it works is actually different for some weapons, depending on the weapon type. So for instance, here on the FAMAS, when we equip that, we can see its drop-off starts at a certain range. If we go into the stats sheet, we can see that that is actually a representation of 26 meters is where this line starts. It doesn't, of course, it would be nice if it actually had a number here or something, just a number over it. But it then drops off to a different value over a distance, and then it's on that value. Generally, for most weapons, it is around half of their value when they drop off. But that is very inconsistent. And some weapons are outliers because this isn't just half. Even though I, for instance, as well, generally say we drop off to half damage, it isn't. It is another fixed value that needs to be set. There's basically a base value of the weapon. That's usually the one we all care about when we're doing calculations and such. But there is a secondary number that is actually affecting that drop-off number. That needs to be set by the devs themselves, and for some weapons, and for instance, the UMP is the poster child of this, that one is actually way higher than some of these other weapons. Generally as well, it isn't exactly half of their current value, and that's quite often been the case that when they rebalance the weapons, they've only looked at the base numbers, not their drop-off numbers. So the drop-off numbers are just still the old numbers they used to have, basically. And for a lot of weapons, it is actually half of their pre-buff slash nerf slash changes numbers, which has made it a big mess, as you can imagine. Then we also have some weapons that actually drop off differently. So here in the FAMAS, we can see that that drop off starts at that 26, 28, whatever we said a second ago, and then drops off at a different number, but before 100. Then there's a set of weapons that, for instance, the fall is a part of. This G36 is also part of that kind of style, where it starts its drop off. So for instance, if we equip the fall, and I believe this is 35 meters, yeah, 35 meters optimal range as listed there. Its drop-off starts there, and its drop-off actually drops all the way to 100 meters. In this case, actually, a lot of the weapons that are this way have left and right recoil. A lot of other weapons that aren't this way, so for instance, the FAMAS we saw a second ago that isn't going to that 100-meter mark, they generally have a directional recoil that is mostly to the right, for most, like FAMAS and things like that, and then some of the AKs are mostly to the left. Most of the weapons that are set up more like this, so for instance, the fall, the ACR, and the G36, they have more left and right recoil. That is a consistent thing throughout. That's also why we generally call them scatter shots, or at least I do. And from this, we can already kind of deduce that. The fall is also like that, but the least of them that way. That's why it's kind of usable still. But optimal range, we can affect it by mods and such that, of course, has always an opportunity cost in it. For instance, in the case of an FAMAS or such, we often also talk about, at least I do, about effective range. Because if we are shooting at something at the 50-meter mark, it would behoove us maybe to actually have, for instance, a little bit more optimal range. We could actually get more damage out of that from that optimal range mod by increasing basically the drop-off range of it. By dropping off less damage at those ranges, we could actually do more damage at 50 meters, for instance, with some optimal range mods or brand bonuses. But also what we could do is just move closer to the enemy, and that's generally what I would recommend. The thing is that a lot of the fights that we do, we have the ability to get close to the enemy, and doing that will help out more, plus then keeping, for instance, mods going towards damage instead of, for instance, trying to raise this optimal range overall. But it is quite handy, for instance, to understand that for some fights, rifles, even though we quite often consider them quite a bit weaker than, for instance, ARs and LMGs, because they have a longer optimal range, and Marauders are a good showcase of this, actually taking a rifle up against them, even though it is weaker, especially because they have a longer drop-off, means that they will do better overall against things that are far away. In the case of Marauders, we can't walk closer to them, we can't fly up, we're not Superman. Because of that, it actually helps to, for instance, consider our optimal ranges, or even, likely even on a FAMAS, putting 2 optimal range mods on this would increase our damage more than just putting 2 crit damage mods, for instance. So situationally, it does matter, but the situations don't come up often enough for us to really focus on optimal range. But I still wanted to include it here in these yellow stats. Ramble 619. But yeah, there's a whole system there that kind of needs some time. As you will use a chopper for the outro. But maybe I take, hello. See how this works out. Let me catch up here for a second as well. Any less than yeah. Happy to have you had you along for 7. Very welcome. Yeah, let's keep going. Let's go. The Artificer. This is the only skill. That's the only skill in particular that I want to discuss, right? And then lastly here, I want to discuss one skill in particular because it has some stats, as we touched upon with skill repair, for instance, that are a little bit different than some of the other skills. It is, of course, a skill affecting skills. So because of that, it's kind of handy to discuss some of its numbers and some of its stats. Let's try it again. And lastly here, I do want to discuss actually one skill in particular, which has a few stats that we want to talk about. Because there's one skill that affects skills. It doesn't do much by itself. It is a skill that does things to skills. And that is the Artificer Hive from the Technician specialization. It has a few stats that are all tied only to itself. And they bring up a lot of questions quite often. So let's discuss them here. We have the buff amount. This buff amount is basically skill efficiency and feeding into our skills into, actually no, it's not. We should, because it's just skill damage, isn't it? Actually, because it's not damage and duration. Yeah, no, it is just damage, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. And lastly, there is one skill that I want to discuss by itself, which is the Artificer. Mostly because it has two stats that, yeah, kind of a lot of people don't understand exactly how it works out. And mechanically, it is, of course, a skill affecting other skills. So by itself, it is kind of unique in that way. The Artificer is from the Technician specialization. We unlock it through there. We even get a few mods for it. And depending on what our tiering is, we get different buff amounts and skill repair amounts here. The buff amount is effectively skill damage and skill duration to our, status effect duration to our skill. And whenever it sends a charge, whenever it reaches the player that is running the skill, it could be ourselves, it could be others. When it reaches them, then they will receive this buff amount as extra skill damage for the skill damage skills for turret and drone and such. It isn't a 33% separate multiplier, it's feeding into that same skill damage. In the case of status effect skills, it's only affecting the burn, for instance, duration and the skill, the status effect duration of, for instance, a fire cam. So this seems to be set per skill to be a different thing that it affects. And in, for instance, the healing skills, it is the repair, but it isn't skill efficiency per se, because it seems to be not, for instance, and skill damage and also status effect for the fire cam. It is just doing it as if it has a 33%, as if we have 33% status effect extra, not also 33% skill damage extra. So this seems to be, in a way, kind of applying to those skills in separate ways. Then we have also the skill repair that it has here. And this is actually, I believe, to be the place where skill repair should be the only place that it is used. And the skill repair means that whenever it sends out a charge and it reaches a skill, it will repair them for this amount. So for instance, in the case of the shield, which has its own health value, if it has taken some damage, when this sends its charge over, it will heal it for 42% here that it has. So it will heal 42% of this maximum health up to the maximum of it, of course. And that is actually, the one way that this can be very useful for running alongside of, for instance, also turret and drones, where it can heal them, but also it can skill refresh them as well. Wait, shit, I need to... Let's redo that, because I got super rambly. I kind of lost it in the middle. I actually said the wrong thing once. Definitely feeling that, starting to get mentally tired, starting to make more mistakes. Also, let's put this on. Yeah. Oh no, let's keep it here first. And then we go. Where is it actually here? And I can put it on there. Yeah, it's a 60. Yeah. Let's try it again. And lastly here, I want to actually spend some time talking about the Artificer Hive and its stats that it also has. Because it has some things that are unique to it with its buff amount, its skill repair, and its skill refresh that it has here. And that often can cause confusion for players. What it does, of course, the Artificer every 10 seconds, and this is this buff duration, it basically checks if the skills around it, if it is deployed, if the skills around it in its radius are buffed. If they aren't, it will send out a charge. This buff duration cannot be changed by us in really any way. That means that every 10 seconds is really, its limit of how quick it can send out charges. In the case, for instance, for the shield, as this is on a tech tank, for instance, here, the way that we use it, we can even keep it on our back. And then when we pull out our shield, it will actually send out a charge. But even, for instance, for a fire or oxidizer chem, any handheld skills of us or actually nearby allies, when they pull it out, even on our back, without being deployed, it will send the charge over to them. And it's basically this buff duration, it is checking for that. Once it is over, it will send a new charge over. There's always a little bit of a gap, because it does that visual thing of it going to the other player actually does matter. once it reaches the next, if it's going to a different player, when it reaches them, that's when the buff will activate. Then we have the buff amount. This buff amount seems to be a set thing for different skills. So if it's reaching a turret, it seems to be adding to just the skill damage of it. And then that skill damage is just as if the player had 33%, in this case, 33% more skill damage. In the cases of things like the fire cam, it is the burn and burn duration and the burn duration and the burn damage, but it isn't also just the initial damage. So it seems to be set different things for different other skills that it's hitting. And we can notice as well, because if we, for instance, with a fire cam, we're getting basically skill efficiency from this, then it would be, of course, feeding double into that damage, the burn damage that we would have. It isn't. It is just feeding once. In the cases of healing skills as well, it seems to be just increasing it by that amount, how much you heal, as if it is repair skill on that player. So it isn't a separate multiplier ever. It is just always feeding into already existing pools as if it's coming from that player themselves. Then we have also this skill repair, and this is really the only place I believe skill repair should be used. And just to differentiate it, because this is actually it repairing another skill. So it is skill repair, 42%. So for instance, that's how we use it on the tech tanks. Of course, that's the main way we use it. And that is that if we take damage on our shield, we have, for instance, here a 6.2 million Crusader shield at 6 tier. This 2-tier Artificer, every 10 seconds, when the buff is over, it will send out another charge. And even on our back, it will do that. And once it reaches us and hits basically us and the shield, it will heal it for 42% of this 6.2 to 11 million. And that is, of course, the main way we use it there. Then we also have skill refresh, and that's also then if it's a deployed skill, so a turret, a drone that has its own duration. The shield, of course, doesn't. We just pull it out. But if this was going and hitting, for instance, a turret or a drone, every 10 seconds that it's buffing it, it will refresh the duration of that skill for 7 seconds. And that can actually be pretty powerful, especially if we kind of take it up in tiers. We're going to go to this turret drone that we have here, for instance. When we take an Artificer alongside of this turret that we have here, every 10 seconds, when its buffing duration happens, it's refreshing the skill for 15 seconds. So it's actually exceeding its own buff duration, of course. And that means that as long as it's not getting destroyed, and also, every 10 seconds, it's healing the skill for more than 100%. So it's this turret's 6 million, and then we would even likely have a little bit more, for instance, in group settings and such, from this as well, buffing that amount. It's healing it for 100%. It's refreshing it for longer than its duration, and then it's buff amount to our skill damage as well. In the case of, for instance, the turret, if it is actually our own, when we toss it out, we can see here, once it is deployed, we hear a charge go. It took a second. But we see a charge go, and we see that even without it being deployed, the hive being deployed, it still sends a charge over there and heals it up. And that, is actually very useful. In the case, though, that for other people's deployed skills, we do need to actually deploy it. For handheld skills of even ourselves or others, we don't need to. But the Artificer Hive is a very powerful tool by itself, because it can, do very special things in that way. Also, while it is on our back as an extra thing, it doesn't actually use up charges. So even if we have cool skills and it has no charges, for instance, if we deploy our shield or a turret like this, even if it doesn't have charges, it won't matter. When it is on the ground, it will, of course, use up charges. But the Artificer by itself is a unique kind of thing, so I wanted to explain it by itself here. For a second there, I was like, wait, why are you not sending charge? But, okay, so that's that. Did I forget anything yellow? I don't feel so, right? I hit all my notes, so. Oh, we can't go from here to photo mode. Yeah. It'll be a little bit too bright. Yeah, just that. Yeah. I'm fine with that. Yeah, let's record the outro. So then, what's feature videos? Oh yeah, toolbox. Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah, let's go. And that brings us to the end of this in-depth look into all of the yellow stats. As yeah, we covered the reds and blues already. Again, they'll be linked down below if you do want to go check those out. And yeah, it took a little bit to get around to this one as we got distracted with a new season and a lot of new toys, of course. But we did double back around and get her done, and I'm happy to have done so. In the future as well, I do have actually a skill guide that's been done for quite a while. I do want to give it a little bit of a rework, but we might actually revisit skills in general in the future with that guide, as we'll go over basically all of their mechanics and then also all of the skills, which will likely be a multi-video affair when it happens. But likely much sooner we'll already go into, I want to make a new part into the toolbox series. And also, yeah, I want to look actually at discussing, as recently we've had a lot of new things coming in that affected rate of fire and burst DPS being kind of the way that we look at things that people have forgotten that sustained DPS and damage for mag matter. So I want to actually look at that for no particular reason in the future as well. But now that we're kind of caught up, at least to the season, and yeah, we can kind of go back to revisiting some old ideas, as everything at least has been in-depth looked right now. I'm getting super rambly. Let's read it. Let's go with it. Also, all of this stuff is not needed in the outro. And with that, we come to the end of this yellow stats in-depth look. Of course, yeah, have already covered red and blue stats, and that means that we've covered all of the stats now with an explanation about each and every one of them. I hope I didn't miss out on any, but I feel I've been pretty thorough. But yeah, if you want to see the red or the blue one, they'll be linked down below, of course, and they weren't too long ago. But there was a little bit of a gap as, yeah, we definitely got distracted with new season things that we had to in-depth look into as well. But now that we are kind of out of that and we've covered all of the things and stuffs that they added, I actually in the future, yeah, do want to do things and stuffs, and will likely go also and look over retaliation with an only tips. As I am intending on writing a few guides in the coming time. The descent guide has been worked on quite a lot, and likely in the future we'll go and give an in-depth guide onto that. But also I've been starting towards going for a retaliation guide and even a modifier guide for in the future. There's also a skill guide that at some point I need to turn into videos. It has been done for years at this year at this point, but I do want to give it actually a refresh before we maybe visit it in many videos, as likely that'll be a multi-part video. So likely those will come up in the future. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do that a little bit of shilling here. I hope to catch you in the future, and as always, have a good night. There we go. Yeah, for those watching live, that outro is just for the YouTube's video. So on here on the live stream, we're gonna keep going still. Yeah, let's actually not even finish this. Let's take this back to base. Let me put all of those parts into a folder. want to see actually what the final kind of runtime is. 57. I'm fine with that. Let's go back here as well. So let's go get, because I just still want to jump into Div1 a little bit. So that's when we get character 3 just kind of caught up. Because also we found a good way to do that. Although I wouldn't mind also getting character 4 caught up. Maybe we do that. Although, with there not being a timer on that project, I'm not expecting it to actually... I'm not expecting it to be a repeating 7th step.
Safe area detected.
But what we can do here... I'll just extract a tank. So for the black dusk, it turns out, but that's only if you have them. It turns out the warhounds actually count. The mini warhounds. So I'm gonna go murder some of those for the black dusk of the daily Pandora thing. No. Yeah. I know that one's been a lot of people were a few people brought up of wanting me to finish up that series because yeah, we did already blue and red. One thing I should do actually is I'll likely remember to, but I should go back to also the blue and the red and just make it links to all of them. I still need to do that with the characters as well, right? Although, I mean, they're in the same playlist of in-depth looks, so that's also a way to find them. But that series has been one that I've been meaning to do or finish up for a while. And also to do for a while because it was like a planned series for like a long time. But that's how it goes usually with me. Yeah, we have an idea. But also then it's also not too bad of a thing because it usually does mean that it gets refined a little bit. As I tend to like just think about how I want to do the video here and there. And sometimes just waiting with it helps out to be better.
System curtailed.
But that'll be tomorrow's YouTube video as well, so...
I'm gonna waste every last one of
System
you.
restored.
I'm gonna likely release it actually in the afternoon even. Or like set it to 12 o'clock or something. Just do it a little earlier. These guys don't have any loot that they drop anymore, but they still count as, well, so you can use the bounty actually to get event cache. That event cache still exists. And you can get quick step from that. But for today's thing, these each count as a black disk name. So.
System back online.
So really overall the easiest way to get that project done. Way quicker than trying to do a few bounties or a mission or few. Let's take this back to base. Do I actually do the weekly on character 4? Because my idea was actually to do Lincoln and then the weekly. Because they haven't done the weekly. I could use the exotic components. Because we spent a lot of them again. I'll have enough for one item. Because also the weekly would overlap with getting those Black Dusk named while we're doing the missions. Although those are 3 pretty long missions, aren't they? Let's just jump over to Div1. But after we get... Oh, actually, she won't have Houndsman bounties, will she? No, because her world was never set up to be able to do them, so... I didn't grab Houndsman bounties on this character because they're set up for bandages, and this isn't even captured. Same is actually true for Krampus. But I should just do all of these at some point and just eat them all up. It's not even that useful for her to have some. There's also, she's like 2 days behind, right? Yeah. Kind of want those components from the weekly. Yeah, let's just do them. And then we'll go a little late onto Div1, but that'll be fine. Like we're gonna go till 2 anyway. Oh no, but also it's fine. I'm not gonna do them that way. He doesn't have the bounties. Also, if I really wanted to, I always have second again. If I wanted. I was more debating there for myself of like, do I want to do the weekly or do I want to go to Div1?
We need you to secure the memorial and
Let's do the weekly, but then also, yeah,
they maintain this
let's
outpost. The True Sons will be a direct threat
get to the point where we're gonna get names, or get to the point where we have Black Tusk names. We'll do Lincoln for the True Sons. I'll likely actually choose Manning for the Outcast. But actually cheese Capital for Black Tusk.
Tango down!
Or for True Sons. Lincoln is gonna be just as fast, honestly. But we'll just choose Manning for the Outcast, just to do it quick.
Got a visual on additional hostile
Lincoln by
memorial
itself is quick, so.
compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah.
need to find a way to open that gate.
Actually, have anybody else also if you want to join, if you want to do the weekly. Although, well, I'm not doing the weekly yet. I'm doing catch up here, so maybe you have better things to do. But if you need the True Sons names, then feel free. Or if you want to already join, feel free. Gonna go do this, and then go and kill that first named on Manning 4 times in a row. Well, likely Manning will still be faster than that. I'm on that character. But even then, bounty cheese will likely take longer than... Because actually I'm on the character that can't bounty cheese. I'm just being lazy for it. But also 2 bounties generally will take a little bit of time, especially with getting there.
I've got your back.
Let's do this!
Hell yeah!
Unless there's a good target at the time. Because that might be worth it for the target. I just want to see how fast because I haven't done that Manning one. I think ever actually. Nah, I have done it before, but
Just fucking die already.
it's been a while. Don't remember actually how quick it is. Or slow.
Agent, hostiles are retaliating in downtown East.
Stop running away. So maybe I actually stack up a little.
Grenade! Gonna take you out! Tango down!
Mambo up.
Hey, Division, you like? Watch this.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Yeah, that can't be all of them. We got one here. Just one following me like a puppy. I need the burger. Lurking, lurking. Happy to have you along. You're welcome in.
Rogue agent
Oh yeah,
detected.
here, it's fine. At least it's not upstairs where it's cost me. I want to try out. Yeah, let's take that, and also you go away. No, deactivating terminal. Yeah, kind of want to see how this thing fares against Rogue Fight. This is that 2.5% regen PFE.
The pleasantries, agent.
I've used it a few times, but because an Heartbreak attack tank would have worked fine there, but.
Bam!
Hostile shock trap detected.
Wait, go away.
Side. Damn it! Got that agent.
Once we have the chameleon going, it's not too bad, yeah.
Rogue agent eliminated.
Let's go back to Heartbreaker.
Damn it.
This is one of the newer
Into
PFEs.
a base.
But,
There's an area beneath you.
and then yeah, we went to chameleon. Actually, I don't mind the chameleon choice with this.
Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
It does take a little bit to get going, though. I thought I should have gone for the legs first. Yeah. Oh yeah, understandable. It's never too good of an idea to like overdo it. Well. That's what Twitch thinks. At least we know better, right? But yeah. Still happy to have you along. Yeah, that's always the downside of those streak kind of systems. I always dislike it when games have them as well. Because at some point you'll break the streak and then it always feels bad. Yeah, let's go finish up this mission and then we'll go, yeah. Quickly cheese 4 Outcast and Manning. And we'll go do the weekly quickly. And then this week as well, I've gotten all 4 weeklies.
Is there someone hiding over there?
Here!
Watch that shield!
All right, we're in it now.
Deploying a grenade!
Some stacks. Sucks that this foamer got behind me. Because this place is very facing the pendant. Might as well, they're gonna spawn from that door behind there.
That cover won't save you.
Although actually, one more needs to die.
Fucking hell!
Is this the last one? Oh, they spawned from that side. Oh, it's been twice a day. No idea. I would guess it's just all in the same day. But lately, only they really know. I would guess it's basically checking per 24-hour period, because yeah, some people,
Lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those mortars loaded with
you know,
Div2.
do multiple streams per day always. They would, you would think they would account for that. And if I'm just facing this way, they'll all spawn here. I can only see this door, so the game only spawns in here. But we want to get close to that door and just only face into it.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
You think closing the tunnel is smart? Fuck you! You slot yourself in with us. I'll make sure you rot down here.
Let's see who rats. Oh, okay. Edge. They caught it.
Enemy is too close! Take that!
Full stacks and killer up. This feels pretty good. But yeah, especially sometimes not having killer up really does hurt.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus is taking position inside the memorial.
I already have the cosmetics and stuff because they were can't quite, but still do them on every character for the exotic components, of course.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used
And
those
get your
weapons
own
on
purple.
us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I
Oh
can't
yeah,
tell you
let's
how
get to
lucky I
the
am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Manning thing.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sun's infrastructure.
Kind of curious as well actually how quick this is or how slow this is. As annoyingly is also not the first wave.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True
And
Sun's
just to be able
infrastructure.
to
We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus.
revive basically.
Proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
The
We want
priority
it
is
to
to
be-
neutralize Emmeline Shaw, but you'll need to get control of the monorail system in order to reach her. The main entrance will be well guarded, but it's the easiest way in, and they won't be expecting company.
We want it to be below heroic so we can wipe and have checkpoints. But that then also means we just take it on normal.
Intercepting enemy communications.
We're under attack! It's the division!
Everyone! This is it.
Claimed another one. Give me
You know what you need to do.
Come on then!
Oh shit!
They're down.
Fuck you! for this?
Nope. Nope, I'm not ready for this. Trying to catch when it says checkpoint reached. There. I guess it's gonna respawn us back there. Normal. Do we get the back wave here? Because we might not. Might just go to the boss. No, we got the back wave. Let me guess. We need to kill down to 1. No, actually 2. There we go. Stop trying to kill me and kill me.
Serious trauma detected.
Believe me, you can
Agent
get
incapacitated.
swap to a fire stick for now.
Agent killed.
But yeah, we basically respawn there. But it's back here. We can get another. We can get another one. And let's actually take a decoy. I'll help with this as well. What is it? We just need 4 names.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent killed.
Yeah. Oh, it's the one that I have this week. It's that. No, but no. It's this thing. It's why I'm wearing it. But I'm a different helmet. Normally it's with this thing, but I'm wearing a. It's from the season pass one, I think, the winter light one. But yeah, the outfit itself is this black, the security officer. And I kind of like it for having indeed a cape kind of on it. That's 3.
Agent killed.
So this guy isn't as quick as the bank. But also, yeah, this would likely be the fastest way outside of doing baddies and stuff. Which also doesn't take too long. Or just doing control points. Or maybe even determined. See if that rusher follows me back to DC. How funny would it be if we spawn at the White House now? We step out of the chopper and that rusher came with it. Kaboom! Either GTA. That's what there's season pass. Oh yeah.
Detected.
You can always tell as well with the number on top there. That 100 is the season level. But that's not hard to do either. Especially if you're around and play as much as I do. Or also, well, we've had...
Hello there.
Gee, have we had 5 times so far? No, right? We've only had 2 times or 3 times or whatever times for the season. Or did we have 5 times already? This season, this season. Let me show the pieces, pressure, black elements. Oh, just the Patriots thingy one. Oh yeah, sure. Move helmet because that's gonna not an ad fit. Actually, we can just equip it from there, right? Can we go down there? No, only claim it. Oh, but you mean just the ragged Patriots thing, right? Is that actually just paratroop? It's weird for that to be ragged and then the rest. Because that one's with this one. Or is it all ragged and then that? And then paratrooper? That could also be. Because I'm guessing you mean that one, right? Like this one. Yeah, right. Black color. Because those aren't parts from this season track. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Because if you mean the ragged, that's this. Because we have this and then Taiga. Did that have a helmet? I would say on different character, but yeah, we're not gonna go that far. Oh, that's the ragged. Because we have Winterlight, we have Taiga, we have this, right? So, because the Winterlight is this one. I'm guessing you just mean the one I'm currently wearing, right? This one. No, Taiga is just called Taiga pants. But this one looks. But you can also see the pieces in there if you're just kind of hovering over them. I do kind of like the shirt. The rest of it is very basic. Oh yeah, the five. Oh yeah, that was fine. Oh yeah, you could likely kind of. Oh, you mean? Oh, you're looking for like yeah. That's a bit much. There's that here. There are some helmets that kind of fit onto that, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, let's. But yeah, that's that outfit from the shirt is the cool part. So I should go back to being that. Well, let's not. So I should go with this thing. Don't mind that one either. So whether the neck is exposed on this, but yeah, let's go do the weekly parts. Yeah, if anybody's interested in doing a full weekly, we'll try to do. We'll try to go quick. Actually, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Because yeah, I remember thinking of getting 30 counts, max that, but we didn't.
Is now in your group.
Oh, this is really nice. What do I want to run? It's always the question. want to per se run negotiator. Too much thinking. Combat medic might be useful, but maybe more so later if you're 4-man. Let's just stay striker, but I'm gonna reload the build just to get my skills back. And we're just gonna go Lexington here. 1 second to fix up the mods on this. Chance. Although if it is chance, let's just take it. Just for laziness, I don't want to deal with the Hamas there per se. Too lazy. Let's give it director free. Let's just go for the exotic components.
Black Tusk has been airlifting heavy drilling equipment to the center
I need
courtyard.
energy.
The priority is to take out that operation and prevent them from extracting
Do I
whatever it
know?
is they're looking for. Then,
Nope, I keep it
we
even
need to
secret
figure
to
out what it
myself.
is they're looking for. I'll do what I can to support you from here.
Only Nokia knows. But yeah, no, the next one is going to be full healers and then Coco. But likely with Coco, I'm going to wait till we have a clear picture from PTS as to what that showcase. So that one might even go into next season. But the next normal one is going to be
Division's on site. Not sure we can afford to. We're already behind schedule. Just get it done.
Well, that's not great. Expect heavy resistance on your way to the drill.
Yeah, full healers.
Another agent has joined your group.
And it's set up like that for
System restored.
having both FI and then MA, both. Because honestly, otherwise I don't feel I have enough. But I feel it would also be nice to just, we'll take him likely into incursion and stuff and kind of show like, hey, this one plays this way, that one plays that way.
Compound detected.
You should be able to use that to take out the drill.
I don't know if anybody else wants to join us. We still have a spot. And we'll be doing the 3 missions of the
Send
weekly.
reinforcements to the center courtyard.
Okay,
We need
get
to keep that drill safe. Understood, Commander.
Those 3 quickly then.
Looks like you reached the center
And then go
courtyard.
do
Use those explosives and take out
5
the drill.
activities. Just to finish up the weekly, and then I'm going to jump on over to Div1. Won't have worked on guides and stuff then today, but that's fine. We recorded, so.
Cooling system destroyed. Pump destroyed. Motor exposed. Drill offline.
Excellent work.
Command, the drill is out of commission. We need to eliminate these assholes. Redirect all available units to intercept.
And we're
Okay.
just making
There's an
mincemeat
air-gapped
out of
server in
this.
the naval wing. It has a complete inventory of projects and assets based at the Pentagon. We'll need that
Oh,
project
actually,
list.
I'll activate.
If your access is blocked by the lockdown, Isaac should be able to access the system and obtain a security key.
We can just keep the guy not admin. Why did I turn it off actually earlier? I don't remember. Oh, because I was doing, I was trying to get a feel for that one. Because I might as well actually. Because it turns out these reductions aren't that much, and then also we get bonuses for killing them. So
Electronic lock detected. Searching system for access codes.
send it to the other. No, yeah, or that's gonna be 4.01. but yeah, it's just in the build collection. Yes. There used to be a second one, but that's no longer there. Hasn't been there for a while. Actually, that might have been on 5.03.
Authentication successful. Access granted.
Because I wanted to have...
Lock everything down.
Bravo 19er, securing the war room.
Bravo 1-6, redirect to the
I
server
wanted to have
cluster.
something different there.
Echo
Anyway, we have
1-6
a
en route to
big
the
ass...
server cluster.
oh, look at the slash there right here, man. We need to salute the bird. And stabbing. With the tree on the first build, yeah, but that's exactly what has been changed. I know I'll need to fix that. Which is actually not a bad point to me.
Serious trauma detected.
But in the build collection as well, there's a negotiator recommended folder. So
They're going for the server.
you can find the variants in there.
1-6 in position to intercept. En route to reinforce you.
Let's get the loot on the side here. Oh, at least the key. Yeah, especially on the crate and the key chest. It's definitely worth getting. $100 electronics. Oh, let's go for this boss fight. And again, if anybody wants to join us, if anybody wants to be our fourth, because we'll do this mission and then go Pentagon and then Camp White Oak 2. And the reason I went and did those other projects on this is just to, these all count for Black Tusk as well. So we're just gonna double dip in on that. Although it's not a fast way of doing 4 Black Tusk, but I kind of want the weekly as well, just for it. So.
Holy hell!
Or is it all the way back? Anyway, let's go for being super aggressive here.
Connection established. Electromagnetic interference detected.
Hope you are planning on using those fancy division toys.
I mean, I wasn't this time. I don't know. Technician or anything, but I'll still go for
System malfunctioning.
murdering you outright.
System reactivated.
Ha! Got him!
System disrupted. System
What the
back
hell?
online.
Mother...
System curtailed. System reactivated.
Moving on the target.
And this fight is a lot easier when you just quickly kill the named. Quickly kill the
Error.
boss.
Data corrupted.
Oh, yeah. Grab an
That doesn't
EMP
sound
sticky
good.
here.
That EMP must have
Let's try
went
to go for the
servers.
double kill on
Not
the
for Plan A.
guy here.
Plan B is to take data directly from their own systems.
That especially
They
means
have a
let's
command
just
post on a
especially
rooftop
shoot
not
him
too
in the
far from your
body.
position. That should have the
All
information
EMP
we're
sticky
looking for.
him. Keep him in place, and if we just all unload into his body, it should murder his face off.
for a big comm tower. Expect that they'll swarm all over that position once they realize you're hooked into their system.
So much damage here. And generally, it's not worth shooting the engine because also the damage going into the engines is not damage that will. And we should be able to kill him before he comes out of it anyway. Yeah, the one is great.
Command, we've got hostiles approaching Station 4. God damn it. Hold them off. I'll send in reinforcements from the hover.
And then here as well, once the Marauder comes in, give him a second to kind of get in. Once he starts shooting, then we shoot him back. Because if we shoot too early, he just gets away real quick. It's kind of annoying that he has that as a thing. But yeah, basically wait till he shoots and then we unload.
I can't see a damn thing!
Oh, I don't have ACS.
Marauder class quadcopter
Trying to
detected.
ACS up here.
Ah! Got him!
And
Definite
get a
damage.
second piece
Attempting to restore
set of
deleted
loot.
files.
Loot?
Great job. I'm
Loot.
pulling up the recently accessed files
Oh,
to
we
get a look
get
at what
double
they were
loot
after.
this way because there's a loot drop there. Oh no. Yep. Stuck on stuff. Yeah, let's go set up for DARPA. Actually, I think we have the firepower. I'll go Eclipse alongside. Just out of curiosity what our time especially was on 12 minutes. Not too bad. Yeah, give me 1 second to set this up because this character has the foam eclipse, but that's not what I want here. Always annoying that we have to kind of wait for the... Well, let's go deal with the first room here already. I'm going to actually take jammer pulse already even. Also about my... Well, actually, as we start the mission, doesn't that
The
reset?
bioreactor is deep in the DARPA labs. This time they know
I'll
you're
just
coming
wait for my
and they know
phone
where you're
to
headed. So be ready for anything.
be changed. And again, if anybody wants to... Oh, actually, do we have double? Did we have... The Ganji went... Okay. I'll also back. We don't need two of them. But yeah, later on might be handy to have a jammer pulse for the later parts.
Command says we might get visitors. Keep your eyes open.
I want to grab my pulse again in a sec. Let's get going. There's a whole people up in there.
Vital signs critical.
Which I'll take a second giant pulse already. We'll need one in the
Echo 2, this is Brenner.
In the
Where are we
room.
at on the charges?
Set, but not wired, Chief.
Better hurry up. You're not alone down there.
and away.
Power spike detected.
That's
Kind
not
of funny
good.
to see the side by
Brenner's
side
team
of
must be
a
using that power for something.
Obliterate
Keep your
Striker
eyes
and a
open.
Coco. Mostly because the Coco is getting to keep high stacks.
Assault drones detected.
You want some?
Hostile striker drone detected. Active power terminal detected.
Get Isaac close enough and let's see if we can shut that power down.
Go, Pritchard!
Commencing shutdown. Remain nearby. Assault drones detected. Assault drones detected. Assault drones detected.
I think I should VODs that there.
Power terminal deactivated. Power shutdown complete.
That should stop those drones.
Hostiles eliminated.
Get going. We've got to secure that bioreactor.
This place is also chests. Still use some chest parts. That helps out. Can grab these.
Talk to me, Echo 2.
Almost there, but we need to get everything exactly right. This is fragile equipment.
Understood. Brenner will hold him off as long as we can.
Oh, body blacked there. Alright, get this real quick. Actually, I'll go and grab these chakrans too. I know there's some resources there, but I love these tiny ones.
Serious trauma detected.
Team 3, get in here. Almost there. Hold out just a little longer. Steal the testing ground.
Yeah, swap to
The only way you're getting that reactor is over my dead body.
dogs first. Should swap back to normal pulse.
Lockdown enacted. All entrances sealed.
If I'm reading these schematics right, you should be able to get through the vents.
Let's grab the key chests and stuff here. So that's it's a valuable one. It's supposed to be a suppressed gun. Doesn't sound very suppressed. If that was D-Tag, I would have maybe kept it, but not that one. What looting and stuff is happening here. I might try to have that. Elmo kind of reminding me why I don't use it so much. It just lacks damage. Let's go back to that one. Just kill one of them. Briefly gonna grab this. No, I didn't grab anything. This I was full on keys.
Helipad is secure. Where's my bioreactor?
On the barge. Sending it your way now, Command. Command, we have division here. Engaging now.
These tunnels don't seem to be on any plans. You're on your own for now.
System malfunctioning. System restored.
Gate
control located.
Secure that board! ASAP!
Now we'll finish up here and then go do and bite out real quick. Go get hive. I need that thing to be gone. 5 activities, get the weekly done.
Gate control
And I'm gonna
located.
swap out to Div1 for a little bit.
Gate jammed.
We'll go and yeah. Yeah, not in the right order of operations. Let's spread.
Freight loader detected.
Grab some ammo.
Loading freight elevator.
Command,
Turns
we've lost
out
control
I
of the
need
package.
it.
Any units in proximity, move in.
Yeah, we do get
Everyone
60
else,
rounds
get to the
out of
helipad.
the from the shock rounds thing.
Get your gear in order. Brenner knows you're moving to the helipad, and he's prepared.
On to the boss fight. And again, if anybody wants to join us, we got completion here. Let me know. Do you have a spot? I always just want to shoot it. Invaluable mechanical thing. One of a kind. You know, we'll shoot that back, we'll shoot this back, and we'll have access to this. We can get the resources through the wall there. Let's go to the boss fight.
Get those turrets online.
Likely done
We need to make sure
enough
they can't
already
get
for
air
the.
support in here.
Oh no, so this guy will be our fourth black desk for that project too.
Automated turrets detected.
We have a helicopter standing by to extract the bioreactor. Secure the area and pop a flare when it's clear.
Down.
Let's put that out of the way.
Vital signs critical.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Mortars on this location, ASAP.
That regen is very nice from when we kill fire teams. He's hiding.
Mortars on this location, ASAP.
Insta wiped. Wait, we do want to kill him like that, just so we're
Good work.
easier
Now pop that
to
flare.
have this fight, basically. Because once he heals, he's not like invincible for a while, so just deal with him quick, and then that we dealt with him very. I'm kind of curious what our time there was. Wait for that pop up. Because even with looting, that felt like a sub 14 even, maybe. Still isn't like super fast pace or anything, but oh no, that's 15. Well, it felt shorter. And yeah, actually, the Coco doing much better than the Striker. Yeah, let's take it back to base because we have to, and then from there we'll take it to Camp White Oak. That's the last mission. And then 5 quick activities.
Safe area entered.
Takes that right away. Which from there we could just go to here or something. But no, we have to load all the way to DC and then and then over. Hey, it's fine. It doesn't come up that often anyway. Oh, you're doing pretty good. You're still getting some fires going and stuff. True sons are retaliating. This mission isn't as demanding. Gonna run combat medic, which isn't that useful, honestly, but just wanna have a little bit more time on it. So I'll just run that. And if anybody again wants to join us, let me know. Otherwise, we'll get going here. Although we'll get going already.
Black Tusk has Ellis at a cabin just past the staff offices. They'll move to extract them at the first sign of trouble, which they're about to get.
Intercepting enemy communications.
Multiple hostiles on the main road. Approaching the bridge.
Copy that. You are clear to intercede.
Shaky always is very annoying.
Bridge is down. No more contacts on the road.
Unit 2, what's your status? Unit 2, do you copy?
Black Tusk must have set charges on the bridge. They weren't taking chances. We've got to press on. You're headed for a small dam just north of your position.
Serious trauma detected.
This is JTF Unit 1 leader. We're starting our push towards the helipad.
Copy
I'll
that,
make
Unit
a
1
quick work
leader.
of this.
Godspeed.
Intercepting Black Tusk communications.
Engaging a large group of hostiles at the northwestern perimeter.
They're going for the helipad. Get in front of them and fuck up their day. Ghostlight, we need immediate extraction. Ghostlight, en route. ETA 20 mics.
Spooky light.
I found him.
I'll put him down.
I'll just supercharge her because why not? That's what I'm trying to do as well, is just to get in the habit of supercharging more than I do. Because we got it every 2 minutes. Like, this is a 12-minute mission. We should at least do it 5 times. 6 times even if we really do it right. Okay. Taking the snipe in there. It's not a curiosity. Okay, that's fine. Because yeah, we do
Unit 1 leader, have you reached the objective?
try to not have determined, but we don't, so it's
Are you
fine.
going to be able to lock down that helipad?
We're working on it.
But let's go finish up this.
You've got an SHD element approaching your position.
Copy that. We gotta move, Chief. Are you talking to me? Who else would I be talking to? Gather your shit and let's go.
I think we take it to 4-man scaling.
This is Galveston.
That's where the
Chicken
match
Hawk is
made.
on the move. Finally. Chicken Hawk? Fuck yourself. Where are we going? Into the tunnel, Chief.
They must be cutting through the bunker. There's
Into
an
the
entrance just
chief
ahead.
tunnel.
You should still be able to catch them.
Should use this mission as well in some stuff, especially after that little area after the cabin.
Don't let them come around. Down!
System disrupted. System back online.
This is all through Patriot. We can toss a bunch of it away. Let's maybe make it 4-man scaling as well. Yeah.
Why is that door still open? It's closing
Oh, I
out,
should
sir.
run smart cover. I don't need the healing cam.
Door sealed.
Shit. No way you're getting through there. You're gonna have to take the long way around. Divert southeast around the ridge.
Another agent is now in your group.
Name. And yeah, but the cookies are kind of stacked. So I should take the crate upstairs there. This one.
This is JTF Unit 1 leader. We're pinned down, taking heavy losses.
Is the helipad locked down?
Negative. We
Get
can't break
everything.
through.
Shit. We can't let Ellis get away.
They've lost the drone. Going in.
Actually, at some point I need to remember to swap to smart cover because that was the idea.
They're coming up the flank. Launching an EMP.
Supercharger there. Just because.
System malfunctioning.
Faraday myself there, but I was way too late for that.
System restored.
Coming up on the flank. I could do this all day.
Dying? Could die all day? Sounds very healthy. Well, this mission is way too fast moving. Oh! And I'm kinda invested in there. And they did tickle. And welcome in. That's it. Of course, not paying attention. But yeah, welcome in and welcome in. Raiders there. I'll wait on the timer here. Oh, they're opening that. Oh, look at
Ghostlight,
this.
where are you, buddy?
But I guess you chatted there. And welcome in, everybody. Hope you had a great stream, Tickle.
Sounds like you could still overtake
And
Ellis.
thanks as well for that. Indeed.
Unit 1 leader, do
As-
you have eyes on Ellis?
I was just as surprised
Unit 1
as
leader,
everybody
do
else
you
that
copy?
I did get actually
Shit!
get the partner. Yeah, I was kind of in the fight. That's a given. Kill the fire team guys first. As here we're finishing up the weekly. I'm kind of running just combat medic just to get more hours on this one, on the Coco one. I haven't been running this that much. And I think actually this might be the best of the combat medics for just general play. But yeah, seasons with no regen are much better for combat medics in general. So this isn't really a combat medic season. Kind of find myself also with this always just of like
System reactivated.
here the fight is moving just too fast for go for smart cover anywhere. On the next fight I'm gonna rush forward and try to
Target on foot.
try to just get that on a little bit more forward. Didn't want to move. Oh yeah, let's go get up here, I would say first.
We're almost to you. You should have eyes on us in a minute here.
Those guys might spot us.
We're gonna
And
lose
they
him.
did. It's kind of dangerous. Leave the hive there just in case anybody gets hit. Then we'll supercharge it too.
Agent down.
So there's no cover on that spear, so that's always a dangerous fight. Let's supercharge to reset my hive.
Flanking us.
And then also reset that lost thingy. Revive hive. Actually gonna do a little bit of extremeness here, which is up all the way. One of the things also with the actual weapon handling that we get from a 6th tier, like I can actually blind fire the whole time,
System malfunctioning.
even with the capacitore.
System restored.
It's not what I wanted to do at all, but it's fine. Yeah, let me catch you up. Yeah. And thank you so much for the kind words there. Forgive me. Well, I mean, depends where you want to be tickled, but
Get him out of here! You're not coming? This is the job, Chief.
I mean, this is the chief job.
Chicken Hawk is away.
No, god damn it!
Back up.
It's kind of annoying not to have healing gem though. That's the only downside. Just
Keep your eyes open.
One of these. And then add 2.
Getting Ellis was always a long shot. Black Tusk specializes at dealing with situations like this. But the site is under our control. We didn't give the enemy time to clean up after themselves.
I'm gonna need to get back into that
There'll be a lot
mindset
useful
of them.
info there. We
Here
can
and
take
there
our time thinking
sometimes.
through it.
And that completes the mission section. Man, that overcharged one stays for quite a while. I'll take us out. See if our random even sticks with us. They can if they want to. More curious to see how this will work out in the open world. Although I'll go back to the healing cam alongside of the hive. Or maybe I don't. Yeah, hive's enough. It's also going to be in a little bit once we're done with this weekly, because I just wanted to get this last weekly
Safe area detected.
on main account. Have a territory there. A double
An
public there.
agent has left your group.
Likely a random, yeah. Let's look at these 5 activities. There's also a convoy coming that way. That might reach us. Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah. I know where is this. Yeah, thanks for tagging along.
We need to retrieve the antivirals before Black Tusk can move them somewhere safer. Head down into the sinkhole and locate the maintenance pump room.
But yeah, I'm just
We'll
gonna
rig explosives there that
quickly
should
go
get
for
you
that.
inside the perimeter once you
5
get
activities here.
Detected. Nearby
What
location.
was our
Guarded
random
by
running?
hostiles.
Also, oh no. Okay. Alright.
Hostile control
Striker.
point
Let
identified.
me just go back to, yeah. I'm just gonna go back to Strikers. Although, let's go Tinkerer. This character more set up for Tinkerer anyway. Oh, we don't names group 2. This fuck us, that's why.
Hostile restore hive detected. Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down.
Oh, those guys are also aggro to us.
Friendly took a bad hit.
Not ADS, so that they didn't stand up. That's gonna get me super killed. We aggroed all of that as well. At least kill this fire team guy. The healing from him.
Incoming hostiles detected. Ski detected. Serious trauma detected.
Missed that shot like 7 times.
Another agent has joined your group.
Not joining. Nice. Striker. Oh, it can be handy to kind of try out things once in a while. Oh, that thing just despawned. Let's go hit these 2 publics because both of them are Black Tusk. Let's go from the safe house there. And hit a bus. Saw a side mission being marked there. But hopefully nobody going for that because I'd rather not get those done, of course.
I did not join up for this.
I should have taken the Norton accent. Well, they seem to have realized where the rest of us are going. Because I've had that sometimes in the past with like random matchmate, and then just like you jump from one like invaded mission to another, and then suddenly one of the guys just went off by themselves and was just doing the one of the side missions, and I just had to like leave because, well, I asked them first to like, hey, don't do that, and then they still kept at it. Because if they complete it while I'm in the world, it counts as, you know, they'll complete it, which, for instance, on that one, we don't per se have like a bounty cheese there or anything, but still, I'd rather not. And then there should be a nice extended fight. 2 publics. That's good.
Hostile control point nearby.
I'll get you for that, asshole!
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Vital signs
Ow.
critical.
God damn it, these plates are so
I'll take it out.
Oh, I put this back to measure, didn't I?
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah. Should have realized that.
System
But that was still... We were like killer plus fast hands. But we went to
System reactivated.
something else. Stuck to the hostage to complete this, and then
Hell yeah!
run up the other way. Where are you going?
Civilians in danger.
Alive is you. Thank you.
Let's go to that other one because we haven't done the defense for that one yet. So. Hoping they spawn over there.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Somewhat effective.
System malfunctioning. System back
So
online.
we're getting that surge still. Alright. Gonna pick up the Banny. So 2 more. Let's go do these 2. The bounty would just take way longer than these 2. Getting this game, just let people play on PC. Oh yeah, definitely. It's basically always been active. It has had like slower periods, but that was especially like year 3 and year 4 were kind of not great. But still, even then, there was still plenty of people around. Now we're on year 7. We're getting closer to year 8 almost. So... And it's still pretty active. More than enough people to do whatever you want to do. Definitely, like, PvP isn't as active as it like maybe was
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
back in the day. But on the PvE, definitely. And just because of how the game is kind of structured, it's not too hard to catch up or anything. Like there isn't, like if you were here way earlier that you have like, yeah, you're unbeatable or something.
Access key detected.
The game, especially in its kind of play structure, is very much set up to be especially wide, not deep. So getting like a build maxed out goes really quick.
Civilians in distress.
Actually, but it's more about it's way more about like having a lot of builds and then maxing all of them out. That's more the game. What weapons is I'm using the FAMAS and Sitar here. I'm using Tinkerer to do double talent duty. Mostly actually because of the, oh no, oh yeah, we need to recalibrate both of them. We try to do that. Oh, they're about to kill the second one. I'm gonna engage here. It's not that per se the way I wanted to engage that, but they were about to kill that second one, which would fail us outright. This guy is just suppressed just on the other side. I don't mind, I'll just keep shooting over him.
You're not gonna survive this!
Incoming hostiles detected.
Okay. Just auto-reloaded for me.
Agent down.
Nice. And that was the weekly also done. Yeah, yeah. I finally got it. Nice. Yeah, that one can take some time, but then you know it'll be worth it when you got it, and you got it. I'm gonna give a GG here, and I'm gonna leave. Oh yeah, thanks NG and thanks Amy for helping out there, and thanks Mobile as well. Also, yeah, congrats on the 10K a little bit earlier, but a little late, but we're still not too far off.
In your group.
Yeah, I'll leave it behind here. I'm gonna clean up this character, and then we'll go and swap to Division 1 actually, because there's a global event going on there. I want to catch a little bit of it today. I will just play for an hour or so there, just kind of nostalgia it up over there. What is that?
Swear an oath, that means something.
Congrats. That's always a fun milestone to reach, the 10K.
Nice doing business with you.
Swap all these caches and stuff. And then this week as well, I did effectively 5 weeklies. That's always fun to do. That's one of the reasons to, for instance, have multiple characters. But that's also only really worth it if you like play as much as I do or some stuff like that. Like you have to play quite a bit for it to become worth doing the initial investment on. Like, although nowadays you can boost and such, but of course my characters aren't boosted, so the initial investment of just getting them to level 40 and getting them geared up. But yeah, we got even that one done, and also yeah, all characters are cut up to here. I'm kind of curious to see if we get repeating effect on the 7th day, but seeing as there's no timer here, I'm gonna already guess that it likely won't. Also, the sun didn't rotate, right? No, it rotates after tomorrow. Okay. But I've already done my weekly on 2nd account. Yeah, let's go to Div1. I'll also change my categories here. But also everybody watching the stream, if you're more interested in Div2, I totally understand. But yeah, we're gonna go over to Div1 and play around there for a little bit. There's a global event there, and there are also I kind of want to get the characters kind of cleaned up and kind of remember how they're set up. As later this week, we'll definitely jump into Division 1 even more so for the Survive Fest. That's going to restart later this week. I think it's 20... When did it restart? Or was it... Wait, wasn't it 26th? Isn't that the next week? Or was it like 23rd or something? Well, resume the new schedule from January 22nd to 27th. Okay, yeah, so Thursday. Survive Fest starts still the Tuesday after, which is like a weird way to put an event into Division 1 because Division 1 is always Monday till Monday. Oh yeah, indeed. Yeah, thanks for confirming there, so. Yeah, let's just grab this character. Let me catch up here because I likely missed a bunch of stuff. It's one great use of ammo surge. Of the ammo surge now, not particularly. It's not a very impactful thing. You can use your, like there, I was using my specialization weapon a little bit more. That was it. You can use it a little bit more. But in general, like any build can kind of use theirs. Like the grenade launcher isn't too bad, especially when they're like spawning the way they were from that one door. Just spamming into that, that's more damage than I can do with my gun. But that's mostly that kind of stuff, because the minigun, like swapping to it, it can do more damage than my main gun. But actually not in that setup, because I have also Tinkerer and such, which wouldn't apply to it. Yeah. Let's actually see. I still have, oh yeah. Yeah. It's one of the things is, although I'm not going to do that per se now, but I have way too many caches on these characters and stuff. Although I'm not full up on this, so I can just open it. Let's go, so yeah, ambush started today. It will go 7 days. Till next Monday, basically. Assault, always active. Agent's damage is increased at close range. This is also active, actually, this is going to be active in survival. So we're going to just abuse this as well there. So it's going to be even easier. Because generally with the global events, survival was always easier. Crucial was plus enemy damage is increased at long... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because in general, that assault is basically always active. And then these crucial and major is only for missions that are part of the playlist. And those are the ones that are like with this, that have like the purple like that. So this is just these 4 missions where you can set crucial or whatever the other one is, major. So you can set those there. You get more stuff, and for some of the commendations, you need to have it in like crucial or major. But then you also get like downsides. So for crucial, you also get their damage is increased, which definitely is by a lot. Like if you aren't close to the enemy and you get shot, you kind of get murdered. But you can't have that on in survival anyway, so it's not going to be active there. Near other agents, enemy increases when damage is separate. Oh yeah, and then the major, where we kind of have to pack up together. How much of this currency do I have? I'm almost full. Do I need any of these sets for anything? Because this character is even hauling around sets from other ones. I need to get them cleaned up though at some point. Is more the thing. Just buy 2 of those. I'm gonna get enough credits back. But just so we have some space. And then we have the tracker here. But that's also just only this time around. Yeah, you know what? We have 20 minutes before the daily resets. Oh yeah, they'll have this to get supply drop. Gee, any blueprints? I haven't checked this since Friday. Friday the vendors reset. But I think I have all the blueprints. You don't play it. Survival Division 1. I haven't played it in a while. It's not my kind of game, but we'll definitely jump in. Yeah, Survive Fest when it comes around.
I think I'm getting frostbite.
That was loud.
Can't wait for
Yeah.
trains full of supplies to start
I get the
rolling
feeling
into
I have all the
yards.
blueprints. I've actually logged in here and there once a week and just checked if I'm missing any blueprints. These reset in 18 minutes. Let's maybe go get some of them. Veterans, tools converted, and 10 cleaners eliminated in the dark zone. Maybe go eliminate 10 cleaners in the dark zone. You have a tanky build? Our striker's kind of tanky. Yeah, let's go for... well, let's go converters tools. Might as well see in here. The survivor solo demo. Oh, likely we'll do it in a group. Just to get it done. I mostly just want to get it done. I'll likely jump into a survival maybe tomorrow just by myself, just to kind of refresh myself on it. Partially because also, even in the past, I haven't played much of survival. It's not my game. Like, when you take the build making out of Division, kind of same for immersive mode. Like, when you take the build game making out, I'm not that interested, suddenly. Tools converted. Either 6. And indeed. I've been in Div1 here and there. We can just actually that's the crafting cache. Although I shouldn't be doing dailies and stuff because I'm way too filled up on caches anyway. Let's go deal with some cleaners. There's oftentimes some here. And especially with ambush, which is also active in the PvE side in here. It's of course not active in the PvP side. On the PvE side, it is active.
Transmissions jammed. Proximity coverage.
As long as we get close, we can just melt
Backup
through
activated.
enemies.
System rebooted.
These guys are kind of the reasons I came here.
Entering dark zone. Warning. You are now leaving the safe area.
Forgot how much more damage we do. Because that's a lot.
Warning. Readings indicate this area is contaminated.
Has somebody cleared this out already? Yep. Oh, 6. I'm like trying to catch the name, but I always forget how hard it is to read names in here. But yeah, I'll leave you to it here, 6. I'm gonna go and just...
Exit the contaminated area.
Are those guys elite or are those guys veterans? I don't remember. Let's go deal with them there.
Attention. Exiting dark zone.
This was all. And yeah, that's kind of exactly what I'm doing here. I was thinking of that one. Let's go for that one. Largely to kind of get my bearings again here. So definitely haven't.
Transmissions jammed.
I've played here and there,
Proximity
just jumped in,
coverage
did a
only.
few like HVTs and
Backup
stuff
activated.
or
System
other
rebooted.
stuff. And but I haven't really played. Cleaner or veterans, you mean? No, I was thinking more just I kind of want to do a landmark. Also, yeah, I don't want to roam for too long. So I generally just go for landmarks.
We'll make this quick.
But also I'm expecting it there to be a bit more busy than other places up here.
Area secure.
Interesting. But yeah. Okay. Try to get that. Although maybe this patrol is back here. Oh no, they're up there. That'll be my 10th. We'll go get some veterans too. Might as well get all 3. I'm not gonna go down the character list. In the past I would often do that, but honestly I have nothing to spend dev tech on really anymore. Is one of the issues. I think get your end deck. I likely also won't be too long here. I kind of want to just spend a little bit of time here.
Now entering a safe area.
You know what? Let's go do a playlist mission. Especially some of these that have just hard anyway. Sure, the named groups had hard actually, or veterans. It's been also so long with some of them. Queenstown only has harder. No, that's challenging. Alright, Queenstown definitely has challenging, and then these two have only hard, right? Well, let's go do one of these missions. I haven't done them in forever. Do them just on assault. Just to have. Also, likely getting our purples then.
Agent, I detailed one of my people to link up with you in order to get you into the tunnels and under the wire. Once you're inside, kill the turrets, open the way for the assault. Everything that comes after depends on you.
Because let's actually run this Nomad. And then I remember actually liking this thing in here because we get so much damage from the thing. We might just go super tanky.
Alert. Intercepting radio transmission.
Titan, this is Viper 1. Copy. Copy, Viper. Reporting gunfire in the station above us. Viper 2's not responding. Hold tight, Viper 1.
This is basically a full blue. Well, these stats are... we still have like enemy armor damage and stuff like that. But.
Don't get sloppy.
Patching into JTAP transmission.
LMB scouts engaging the assault force.
As long as we get too close.
Before those turrets go down.
Copy. Hold the line, Sergeant.
I don't remember these back areas at all.
Intercepting radio transmission.
Titan, this is Viper
Because
3.
usually we just run through this
contact
area
in the
like super fast, don't we?
Engaging now.
And now we have 23 caches to deal with.
Patching into JTF transmission.
One of the downsides of one always was that some missions only had hard difficulty and not, well,
in the crossfire.
For instance, this was hard and then legendary. But it wasn't like challenging, which was this game's heroic, effectively. Not every mission had them. And because of that, a lot of these missions actually haven't played as much as some other missions. Because I would just match make random challenging missions a lot. Feel for like a month or two. Usually when I booted up Division was just load in, do a named run, and then we would just match make for some challenging missions here and there and just get a...
Turret 3's running a little hot, but everything looks good. Any word on the tunnel?
Get some playing out.
Fire's under control. What about the secondary assault? We think the blast took them out. Viper Squad 2. Has anyone made it back? Negative. Riley's gone to check
I
it
don't
out.
even have as my talents here. Let's see how... I was about to say preservation, but predatory.
Suppressive fire, now!
I do have meticulous here. One of the interesting things in Div1 is that all the magazines on these are always percentage based. So you can have an 11 round M870, for instance, and then meticulous, which is basically salvage, but then 25% on kill to refill the mag.
Defense control system. Disabling perimeter turrets.
You did it.
You kind of do pummel style things
link
here.
up with the assault force and finish the sweep.
Alert. Intercepting radio transmission.
At Grand Central, we are under heavy fire. The turrets are down and we are outnumbered. Requesting support now.
Oh yeah.
Hold tight,
Wait, where
soldier.
are we going?
Reinforcements
Yeah.
are inbound.
Sir,
One of ours down.
Loosh. The headshot sound is always very much Division 1's headshot sound was always. I was very surprised actually that they had changed it. It's very juicy.
Tango's inbound. Over there. Taking them out.
Firing.
You can take him.
Fire on target. Damn it! Over there.
It's interesting that this is dropping some frames here and there.
Engaging.
Like I have it set to like its highest setting. You would think a 570 would be able to deal with it. Maybe some of the settings are just really poorly optimized.
Go back to base, hero. Firing. Open fire. Now.
Engaging target.
Do it by the numbers. Jacob's down.
And yeah, the difference it makes. So when we're not in short range, this is how long this build takes to like kill something. And when we get in close range, oh, that was a rusher. It's a sniper. But versus this guy. Goes from like 10 shots to 2 shots. Which is of course, yeah, the global one. One of the things with global events here as well, you can't turn them off at all.
All JTF personnel
on,
be
always.
advised. We've got LMB reinforcements headed your way. Take up defensive positions and dig in.
Build collection for Division 1? No. I've been thinking of maybe making a folder for Division 1 into the Division, you know, in the build collection. Or maybe making a separate folder. Although likely I would just make a folder in the Division 2 folder.
Taking it is
In the
nothing
Division
unless
2.
we can hold it. You hear? Alpha Squad, get down, back.
But I'm not sure I would want to invest that amount. Like that, the build collection eats a bunch of time. At least the Division 1 likely wouldn't need to be changed. Ever, but... There's also, yeah, there's also other... There are other people that, you know, when Div1 was kind of relevant, they had already made those kind of things, so... Those kind of stuff does exist out there, but... Mostly in my case as well, I've kind of been... I would be more interested more to track my own shit, but...
Alert. Intercepting radio transmission.
Fall back! I repeat, fall back!
And also with the amount of work that a build collection would, because if I wanted to make a build collection here as well, I would want to at least kind of run the numbers on a lot of stuff. This is also how that Division 2.
Good work, everyone. I'm damn proud of you.
Division 2 build collection is kind of based on, you know, a lot of in-depth looks and pretty stuff. I'm guessing you were about to say livid, maybe? Because yeah, there are a bunch of people indeed that... There's also that one, I could see about finding it. Again, that link. To that one page. Yeah, so... With that, let's actually go get the supply drop here on this character. 12 goals, yeah. I know, that's Livid Free is the YouTube channel's name. If you're kind of interested in Division 1 content, I would really recommend checking her out. I could likely also get you a link, actually. Oop. I'll put the link in the chat. But yeah, if you're interested in Div1 content, Livid still makes a lot of it. So they are well worth checking out. And also, yeah, the Discord is pretty good.
What you looking for, huh? Everything's for sale.
Yeah, let's empty all these out. Yeah, nice we have decent amount of credits. For this fight, let's actually take... Let's go back to Tactician. I think a lot of the other characters also have like similar amount of caches in there. Which at some point I should just pop them all and just screw the div tech. I don't really have anything to spend it on, so. Hello? Didn't want to release from there. I don't actually remember how skills also do more damage when we get close. We went over the day boundary there. New assignments. Oh. We instantly finished one. There we go. New assignments available. New assignments completed there. Right away. Got that. 3 weapon conversions and some LMB. Yeah, maybe we go get that then. Get even more caches that I'll feel bad about opening.
Supply drop collected.
And this supply drop comes from the Ultimate Edition.
All supply drops have been claimed.
You get them twice a month. You own that. You do get sometimes like classified pieces and stuff from it, but... Although nowadays as well, the price difference between them will be nothing almost. Yeah, let's go to the weapon conversions. Let's go here. Yeah. No, she did look. She sometimes streams as well, yeah. As you see on my hand, maybe we'll rate on there maybe in a bit. They're still going.
You think?
No, this.
Good luck out there. Nice work over at the conference.
Let's quickly.
Readings indicate this area is safe.
Some weapon conversions.
Nice work over at Passway. Did you really?
Don't be shy.
It's the only real reason to have all those blue and stuff. Yeah. I guess all of these are hit. Yep. Because this section is kind of LMB. This is also LMB, so maybe we'll get lucky there.
Agent, we're getting word of supply drops landing, but they're arriving in the dark zone. Something's going on, but I'm not quite sure what. One thing's for sure, you better get there before the wrong people get...
Let's go Striker. Also a matter here.
Transmissions jammed. Proximity
I wonder if we in a Division 3
System rebooted.
get Striker again.
Warning.
I totally was
Entering
swapping to the
zone.
pistol because of course we run faster when we have the pistol.
Warning.
But also
Safe area.
that's also the downside of the quick step, like makes this game feel a lot more slow. Just by virtue of I keep forgetting I need to actually get close damage. Yeah, Striker definitely struggles to get stacks with this global event. That always happens.
Everything I got.
Oh yeah, it's a cheater nearby. Oh, they're likely. Or... yeah, that's jumping right. Oh yeah, people fucking in Division 1. Are they actually just hitting all these landmarks outright? Is that what they're doing? They left me some. Just needed a hit on some. Maybe they're not paying attention. I can sneak that one in. No. Oh, to the game, that's why the thing is expertise. I mean, it will likely follow at least the same kind of structure of, well, first having like recalibration, optimization, and stuff like that, and then from there goes a little bit further. I don't think they're ever gonna do classifieds again. Like that was just a bad idea anyway. Actually, this one just respawned. Let's go do this one.
I say we execute every last goddamn JT.
But yeah, we have to even see. Maybe I don't think so, but yeah, maybe they're just gonna make it immersive mode and no progression. Don't believe that for a second. We'll see it when we see it. Honestly, that's gonna be my, like, kind of how I'll feel about Div3 until it's basically out and we get to, for instance, play a beta or something. I'm not gonna care.
Area secure.
Jeter, yeah, that was somebody very obviously insta-killing everything while half teleporting all over the place. That is not a normal function of the game. You might be surprised to hear, but normally the game doesn't work like that. But abnormally. But as well, I kind of actually wish they would have these kind of like quick things in the DZ, just to like, hey, go in and, you know, clear a landmark or two as a daily. They kind of do, but it's always a little bit more than that. But also because of the landmarks here and the much larger size and kind of more spread outness of the players, you can kind of just sneak in and get them done, and then you jump back out.
Attention, leaving dark zone.
Let's leave the dork zone behind. We are no dorks, so let's not be in the dork zone. Let's put an O, right? And yeah, let's maybe go and I should do a named run, I think. Let's go do a named run. As we haven't done so in a while. I feel a Predator's Mark would be actually... Maybe we swap characters. Yeah, let's maybe do that. Maybe we swap characters.
Check this out.
I wish actually they would change this as well. Oh well.
It's a deal.
At least they changed it for 2, but to be just new items, so you can just, you know, kind of in Division 2 style, so you can just vendor sort more easily. So in Division 1 you want to vendor sort, but in Division 2 you can, at least it only shows the new items there. Let's get the character 2 where I have a Predator's Mark. So I think that'll be a good build to run here. With this event, yeah, you might as well go with stuff that's a little bit more tanky. Strikers, for instance, just everything's dying too fast. You barely get to get any stacks, so you might as well go things. Although Predator's Mark also won't get any bleeds going or stuff, at least it's tanky. Oh, actually, this character has Alpha Bridge. We'll take that. Because that's just the on-kill thing anyway. But having something tanky lets you get close. Nomad would be fine too, but her Nomad is a bit too tanky.
Are your ears burning, Agent?
No, my
You're now
butt's
entering
burning.
a safe area.
They also have way too many caches saved up. Some way I just need to just open up. Oh yeah, let's go do a named run. We haven't done so in a few months. Let's see actually how much longer we go after that. The name system in Division 1 was quite different than it is in 2. In 2, of course, we have just... There are places where names can spawn every half hour.
Warning.
If they're on cooldown, they might spawn on those spots. Here, every 4 hours, they're on a 4-hour cooldown, but, you know, they won't be here on cooldown. You can go and get all 15. There are 15 zones, 1 per zone. And they're always in a fixed spot. So basically when they're off cooldown, they will guarantee spawn. There's no chances to it or anything. Kind of like, do I even loot? Why am I looting? We'll have to sort through the inventory after for that. But this route I've done like a lot. I wonder actually how much I've done this route. And actually for the global events, if you're for instance solo, this isn't a bad way once per 4 hours. Gonna get some, I was about to say NSA tech, GE currency. We've been talking so much. We've been talking so much. Descent, my brain instantly went there. He cremated himself. Actually, what a dick, because I kind of need this one. Because you get 150 per enemy, or per named, in the open world. Missions you get less. But for these open world ones you get 150 per, and also for the DZ ones. That makes a name drum, which usually takes about like 20 something minutes. You get 2,250, which, you know, is most of a cache, and they're easy to do, because also the downside is you can't set the world difficulty here. It's always, the world is always just basically normal difficulty, which it's not, because it's gear score based, and they're level 34, but we're way more powered, like at least in the missions. Although, as you know, they're basically normal skills, right? It's just that they're named. Because in the missions, at least you can go hard or challenging or even legendary. Or heroic on the incursions. And then sometimes we get classified pieces. I when there's that kind of folder kind of thing next to the striker. Because that's also why I used to do these a lot, to try to get classified pieces. I'm happy they never brought the classified system to Div2. I'm definitely not a fan of that system. Actually, maybe we should explain what classifieds are for those that maybe don't know. Basically, in Division 1, you have... In Division 2, of course, we have just 4-piece. That's a gear set, right? In Division 1, it was like that as well. It was 4-piece, that's a gear set. And then you know, augment it with... Exotics weren't too useful in Div 1 because there's also only six gear exotics. It was mostly weapon exotics in Div 1. Kind of mattered. But then they brought classified, which was 6-piece gear sets. And then they have a fifth, basically a 5th thing and a 6th thing. So this used to just go till here, basically, and then classified version of it does more. But then that also means that the classifieds are really, honestly, the only exception is Reclaimer. For skill builds, we kind of don't go 6 pieces, but even there you could. But yes, you know, for most of the builds, Predators, Foundry, Foundry? What's it called? D3, I mean. Yeah, D3. I don't know why I thought Foundry. Complete content. No, it also, yeah, basically made... It kind of gave the same issue Division 2 is having, but then with modifiers. Give too much of a power boost and not enough stuff to do it with. Even though there's still challenging content here, like heroic. It's not like once you have classified gear that you have instantly gonna finish all the incursions and stuff. But it was a big power boost, but also completely killed just, you know, in Division 2, there is still variation because you can, you know, set up a Hunter's Fury. If you go Hunter's Fury, you can set it up with Memento and Intimidate. You can set it up with Obliterate and Vigilance. You can go Bloodsucker on the back with different talents and stuff. And that's just due to the fact that you're not using 6 pieces, so it leaves 2 pieces open. That can be exotics, that can be other things. Same for Striker, right? Like, we can go with the chest or without the chest. Here, all Strikers are 6 pieces. Like, you know, they're always going to be the full, like, that set. So you can't have other talents and stuff. And the only thing you really get to play around with is the weapon talents and then the stats that you take on the gear, which is much more limiting. It still allows for a little bit of changes because, yeah, for instance, things like taking a, like, 8K, 4K Striker versus a 9K Stam Striker, like 8K Firearms, 4K Stamina Striker. They still play differently. And then these guys just spawn in. Or Commander Striker, for instance. And now we got a beret vest, actually. The reason to kind of do these named runs, especially if you were a solo player, was they were a good source of just getting classified pieces and exotics. So they helped quite a bit. So I've done like this specific run because it's also always the same. They don't spawn like somewhere else, or you have to go looking for them or something. This is the route, and then always they kind of spawn the same, which is still fun. Especially if you have good builds as well, you can just tear through them. Before they were introduced, yeah. I didn't play much before, basically the second year, which already was past 1.8. But I played a little, or like, I still caught a little bit of it here and there, but definitely, like, yeah, I'm happy in Div2. And also, they, like, the devs seem to agree. And hey, their research. And they're doing pretty good. And same, I hope that everybody out there is enjoying their day so far. No, yeah, we're kind of going towards the end of mine. We'll likely finish up this. Maybe we'll do a mission or something. And then we'll round it out for today. Did they announce maintenance tomorrow? Actually, because I would expect at some point to have a maintenance. No? Because I need to do a maintenance just to turn off like the UI, the login UI. Or the login like screen being what it is. So. But I should order ads there. Quick question for the G in Division 1. Which do you advise, the Spear Cache or the expensive classified gear caches? Starting out, so also depends if you want to go for the commendation. The commendation is, oh, actually, too bad. That guy does an animation and goes, sits down. If you shoot him down, he goes, like, physics completely breaks. So there is a commendation for getting 30 superior caches. So I've generally always gotten 30. Just to get that commendation in. If you're into that kind of stuff. That's, of course, dependent on that. But then it depends on if you're interested in multiple of the gear sets or just one of them. If you're just interested in one, you might as well go target it. Because also, yeah, you won't get classifieds always from the superior caches. If you're interested in multiple, I would buy a bunch of superior caches first until you have a few of the pieces, and then kind of focus in on one gear set on the thing. But it really depends kind of how, you know, how how much you already have and stuff. Assuming you're kind of starting out, then yeah, I would kind of buy a bunch of superiors first and maybe get the commendation. You need 30 for that, which can take a while. But then beyond that, yeah, once you're kind of like, oh, I have a few striker pieces now, maybe I go all in on finishing up that gear set. Turn on 5 piece on high end, but very limited. Yeah, that was basically, yeah. Just because Tactician 6 piece wasn't good, but that's just for that gear set, not. That's basically, yeah, kind of like, you know, not wanting to run ever the negotiator chest, like even if it was 6 piece in Div2, we just never run the. Oh well, more maybe the Coco chest. Yeah.
Get a load of these suckers.
He's gonna die from the bleed. Oh, that's not. Look at that guy was that guy. Yeah, let's make the long run. So this is one of those places where sometimes this would get skipped because the next name is all the way down here. So you have to run all the way down there. So sometimes we skip this and just go to the next one. But you know what, here just for having the full set. Also, I can catch you one chat. Sure, it's one of the best one for beginners because you have a chance for classified. It's a global event. Challenging missions are kind of obsolete, and then it's also been reward points too. For gear and stuff, you mean? I think it's especially like nowadays as well for global events. Well, there are some cheese methods and stuff. Honestly, I would just grind Lexington and stuff, and just hope you get a decent team that kind of carries you if you have bad gear. But even with that, like the challenging Lexington is not too hard.
You're a kind soul. Everything okay?
What kind of soul am I? Soul of a boot? Soul of a shoe? Am I a soul of a slipper? Am I that kind of soul? But yeah, this was always the thing. Was also with this, you could just do it solo and whenever it's gonna. You can kind of not really per se be thinking about things and just kind of. This was always also my warm up. DC event tomorrow. Yeah. But no more if there's like a maintenance or not. But yeah, indeed. Well, Golden Bullet and DZXP. But yeah, Golden Bullet especially as well. It's kind of annoying that they're running like Golden Bullet. I like, when was the last one? Not too long ago. I would love for them to just do Guardians and stuff again. Like, I don't know why they're not. Guardians and Polarity we've not seen in like forever. Let's go for a second. I can imagine, dude. I mean, yeah, it's a fresh start, but it's also kind of fun to, you know, run around a new place. Even without a classified, by the way, you can just kind of get, even getting. The thing is, there's no targeted in Division 1, and that's the global events are kind of the targeted. Because at least from the superior caches as well, you'll only get pieces from like the 3 gear sets that are from the, you know, the ones from this global event. So even if you get like 4-piece striker, and especially if you can kind of get a ninja bike, and then 3-piece striker, and then just 2-piece of whatever else. That already can be plenty good enough to kind of be competent. But yeah, I would definitely recommend, yeah, trying to get a striker. Classified striker makes quite a big difference in getting to there. And yeah, these global events are the best time to try to get them because of the lack of a targeted system. It's very hard to get them outside of these times. Another exotic, Medved, slug shotgun. Yeah, release that, thank you. Yeah, let's jump into here. No, we're weapons it does like. Is optimal radar shotgun. Wait, me? No. That's on shotguns, I didn't. But oh yeah, in the past I wasn't. Back when Division 1 was its thing, I never got deep enough into it to have an understanding of it. But it's also silly still that the damage number that this thing puts out, this is even worse than the Division 2 one. At least the Division 2 one is just base weapon damage plus whatever weapon damage you have as your stat. But for instance, if you put in optimal range, it tries to kind of account for that in that damage number. I'll look up the formula ones. I've already completely forgotten it. But because of that, especially if you're already stacking firearms and stuff, putting in optimal range makes it look as if you're adding a lot of damage. And as somebody who hadn't, per se, understood the systems underlying it, yeah. Although more so, I was mostly just stacking accuracy and stability. Much more than was ever needed. As it turns out, even though the Division 1 weapons aren't per se, you know, the easiest to keep on target, because, yeah, for instance here, the... right, like that's the recoil of a gun in Div 1. Also, there's much more left to right, but even then. But especially towards the end of the mag, what there is also is kind of like a fatigue system or just stamina system. So as you unload, the thing with Division 2 as well that they've changed definitely from that is that as you unload, for instance in Div 2, it kind of stays consistent. Like the start and end spray is the same. But here, especially early on, you can kind of keep it on target, and it starts becoming harder and harder to kind of keep it on target. So, especially the gunplay of Div 1 is very much different from Div 2.
You are now entering a safe area.
Enter through here and exit through there.
Warning, you are exiting the safe area.
Should also get this character's supply drop as we're going through.
Please don't hurt me.
I think even with this thing, even though I'm kind of going like, I should just grab actually the. Because for these runs, Tactician can be really good. It's usually what I take for these kind of runs anyway. So let's go from here, get the supply drop, and then we come back for the name. Likely Tactician would still clear them out faster here because you kind of sticky the main bulk of the enemies and then toss a Seeker and that cleans up the rest most of the time.
There's a lot of heavily armed assholes around here.
Have me my 3 elites. We'll quickly do the dailies on this character. And all of these are also per character here.
Supply drop claim.
It's one of the reasons to have multiple characters here, although even more than Division 2, you only have 6 loadout slots per character. So it's way more for that as well, just to have access to more. Actually, yeah, we haven't killed the name yet. Let's do that.
You're scaring me.
Yeah. Oh wait, where the fuck am I going? Yeah, turned around.
We really appreciate all you're doing.
Oh, north instead of east. Indeed, they got Alex. Haven't heard them say it actually yet.
Do you think we're doing the right thing?
But yeah, they do say it a lot still. Even though in the past, yeah, it used to be every time. Like there was a time when it was literally every time they would say they got someone, it would be Alex. Predator's Mark is very much kind of like, although the 9 gauge stamina striker is also kind of like that, the tech tanks of Div1, because you can kind of face tank in Div1 to a degree.
Hey, anything you're looking for?
How full is my inventory? Oh yeah. Let's spot that correctly.
You want it, I got it.
I need the division system, the Division 1 system, although Division 2 had this at the start as well, where you have 3 talents. So you really want to, it's much more about getting the right 3 talents because they don't have extra stats and stuff. Those things just get optimized. So it's just about getting the right talents for the right weapon that you're kind of looking for. Oh, actually, this works out, doesn't it? Because we take enemy armor damage and then something else. Right. Because I actually needed a beret chest. Oh, no, I don't need the extra striker pack. One of the big things with classified was also you got 2 recalibrations. So classified gear could be much more easily be made to work well because you had a whole extra
Sorry you didn't see anything you liked.
It's gonna actually deconstruct now. Whole extra recalibration per gear piece.
Warning. You are now leaving the safe area.
Stop marking stuff. Go away. Oh, yeah, that's how you mark. Unmark them. North. Anyway. And this game still looks pretty good. Always love just looking up in this game. Although I'm definitely, for myself, not too big of a fan of snow. I don't care too much about it. And honestly, I kind of dislike, especially in survival with the snowstorm, where just most of the screen is gray. And it just becomes kind of ice rainy. Because I have that same feeling here as well. You kind of have just like so much white, and it's just kind of ice rainy. The way that actual, you know, snow blindness is the actual thing that actually exists. I just took a bunch of you.
Looks like we lost one.
Pinched them so hard, they gave me a field proficiency for it. Also build complexity in the third kind of I would say the complexity in Div2 is higher than 1. Because keep in mind that the stats here and stuff being just different per piece doesn't really open up. Like honestly, you can do more in Div2 that you can't do in Div1. Because for instance, yeah, the gear 1.0 from Div2. But that was also the thing with that. That thing was just a mess. That was more like with optimization and stuff maybe in there. It could have been made to work, but it was always going to need more work than just a new system. The one system is not more complex, especially because of also classifieds. It actually ends up being a lot less complex. Or at least diverse, but also just from the stats points, like in Div2, you can put any stat on any slot, and because of that, you can have a lot more, you know, refinement and stuff. Here, like, yeah, the backpack, you basically have choice between, like, either here reload or crit damage, and then here ammo or a resistance. Yeah, that was our 15th name. Let's take this back to the base. But just having a little bit more uniformity, honestly, I prefer that. Because here, like, honestly, I just have to each time come in here and go like, oh yeah, so wait, what stats could we have on, like, a mask? Is right, you know, like, oh, we can have all of these, and then like enemy armor damage, enemy damage to elites, and then basically this list. But from this list as well, like, I'm always going to pick these two, for instance, for a PvE build at least. For a mask.
So, what looks good to you?
It's really only on the backpack stat and the holster stats you have kind of choice, right? One you can take stability or more crit chance / damage, or and the other one is reload speed and versus chance damage. And then on the glove you can take like health on kill, but that's basically all the choices. Yeah, let's especially open up this thing as well. We'll leave the other caches for now. You know what, let's do this weapon conversion. Let's get this LMB kills. Not likely we'll actually call it for now. Kind of wanted to just jump back in here, see where we left off last time on Division 1. Weapon conversion. I could convert all of that into like a bunch of gear and then sell it, but also I don't need more credit. Let's put that beret chest away. Actually, so I think actually that's an upgrade for character 2. I remember looking for, because I think I had these two, but I didn't have the ammo capacity, which I would prefer. And I think I had just like a resistance there or something, which wasn't too useful. Are we still in that same session? I think we are with that same cheater. Let's go see now. Oh, this is a spawn back, so we can get that one quick.
Agent, we're getting word of supply drops landing.
Transmissions jammed. Proximity coverage only. Backup activated. System rebooted.
Warning, now entering Dark Zone. Warning, now we're exiting the safe area.
That landmark only has 7 enemies or 8, something like that. So kind of neat. These like a patrol like this to get 10 LMEs. Get the enemies on this side first. Sometimes you get multi-wave. Still unsure, like, even after all these years, what causes sometimes getting multi-waves and sometimes not. Whereas it's just fully random.
Confirmed. Area has been secured.
Dark Zone assignment cache. But I do like getting those dailies in quite often. Robot overlords are coming. Yeah. Turns out it's not robots, it's AI. AI in robots. Yeah, the amount of detail work they've put into some of these games is quite impressive. That was always the thing that really grabbed me with Division, was just like the world. Although a lot of Division, or not Division, yeah, it was Ubisoft games.
Attention.
I feel even, for instance, the first Watch Dogs, I remember really just liking just experiencing the world, basically. Even though it was very shallow, like you couldn't do much in it. Here's same, but just going around exploring. It's also, I feel, the biggest failing of Div2 or Div1, and Div2 kind of fixed that, where there's no reason much to go around this world. Like, I know the path for the bounties, and I know the path, or you know, everything along the path to the bounties, and also everything along the path to the world names. Outside of that, like, I haven't been in this area for forever, except for like when I went around and got some comms. Or like, well, here we run for this bounty, but like, oh, here we, but yeah, well, this area, or like this part or something. Like a lot of parts we just don't, and Division 2 of course has like the activity system where it makes you go and kind of explore a little bit just as you're going from thing to thing.
I'm sure I'll see you again.
Yeah, we'll leave that there. I'll figure out what I'll do with all these caches at some point if we have stuff I want to just optimize, because we're going to just burn optimization on a lot of stuff. It should be the case that actually everything on my characters is fully optimized at this point. But, and then yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll jump in a little bit with this thing, with some survival. But let's round it out there. Let me actually go and see who's available for us to raid, as we have Lassie in the background. Is Livid still up? Yeah. No. Well, of course, raid that way.
If I was so inclined, would I get out of here? The answer's obvious, people. It's people. Sure, everything's blocked off if everyone's doing their jobs. If the river patrol's always watching and the guards on the tunnel run
let's go over there. Yeah, let's go and raid over to Livid, who's we kind of brought up earlier, as well as I think somebody who still makes a lot of content for Div1. Definitely worth checking out. I've enjoyed watching some of their tutorials on stuff, and yeah, for instance, seeing how they do things like Amherst and such. Let's go right over there. I'll be back tomorrow, and likely tomorrow I'll jump on in the afternoon and the evening. I haven't seen a message of maintenance. I'll go maybe check other places as well, because maybe under Twitter it is, but it's not showing up in the in the visual Discord and stuff. But that part seems to have been broken for a while already. But yeah, hopefully no maintenance tomorrow, and then I'll jump on actually pretty early, hopefully. But also, if there is maintenance, we'll just jump into Division 1, or we'll go do some photo work. The idea tomorrow is to do an afternoon and an evening. And then also, actually likely after this stream already, I'll edit together that video and have that be ready for tomorrow as well. Enough yapping for me. Let's go and raid onto Livid, who's doing something. Just staring at the table. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all for joining me. Hope everybody had some fun, and hope to catch you all in the future. And as always, have a good night.